the live stream going. So do we recognize Alex? It's Ryszek, Ryczek. Anyone recognize that name? Affiliated with the party at all? How about Pari Apostolos? Anyone recognize Pari as affiliated with the a party?
She's a reporter for NBC 26.
Ah, okay, great, thanks. So just so you know, we had a Zoom bomb a couple weeks ago. It was not pretty. So I'm being a lot more careful letting people in. So let in our press person there. So again, I'll just mention the person who is let me unmute them. So I just unmuted you. You're listed as editor on the Zoom connection. Can you identify yourself, please?
This is also Perry Apostolakos. Sorry, there's
Okay. Well, you only need one connection.
I'm
So I
gonna
can
exit the meeting from this one.
Okay, great. Thanks. Yeah, just so you know in the future, if you can just put in the station identifier and your name if you want to connect to a hearing, that's helpful. Just I can't let people in who are just anonymous at this point. All right.
Yes, of course. It was a computer that I couldn't hear you while you were talking. The speaker wasn't connected, so that's why I decided to connect on my laptop here. Apologies for the inconvenience.
No worries, no worries. Just wanted to get everything straight. Okay, so if you wouldn't mind just yeah, turning your screen off and mic just to observe. So, and just so you know, by the way, there is an opportunity to view our hearings on our YouTube channel. So just for observation, that's kind of the preferred method of doing that. Otherwise, everyone is connected. So live stream is going. All right, great. Okay, excellent. All right, well, let's get on the record. Starting a little late, but this is a complicated case, so we will hopefully be able to muddle through this. So, all right, let's get on the record. It's dockets, so 3 dockets here today. Starting with our first docket is 4890 CW 102. We also have 2620 WI 100 and 2620 CW 104. I'm gonna forgo reading out all the docket titles this time. So as you know, these cases relate to construction applications involving the village of Pulaski, and the village of Howard, those two municipalities' applications before the commission. And I'm going to just display for identification purposes here the the Pulaski notice of hearing, just to give us, I think they're substantively the same in terms of scheduling and content, but I just wanted to let people know that this is both a party and public session. There's public participation in this case, so we will receive public comments either today live at the hearing for members of the public that connect to Zoom, or comments in writing, and those are due Thursday, July 11th. We are accepting those comments through the commission's website or by U.S. mail in all 3 dockets. The only difference being, depending on the docket you want to file in, you want to use the link to the public comment webpage for that particular docket. And when you address your mailing, you can use the docket number of the particular docket you're interested in filing into. So We do have a number of comments on file that we're going to discuss a bit about that later on, but yeah, so just so you know, we are collecting public comments in the case. Otherwise, we're here today to receive evidence from the parties and commission staff. And when checking our participant list, and I do not see any members of the public in attendance at this time. So at this time, we'll move on to the party session. If I remember, I can poll the Zoom participant list later on and ask if members of the public do wish to comment live. And probably at the end of the hearings when we'll do that, but we'll see. All right. So let's move on with getting appearances from the parties. We have a service list that just combines all three dockets. I think all the representatives are the same in all the dockets. So we'll just go through the list alphabetically. Who do we have representing Public Service Commission?
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Evan Weitz appears on behalf of the Public Service Commission of Wisconsin. Also appearing this morning is Mark Ruskevich.
Okay. Town of Pittsfield.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Attorney Vanessa Wishart appearing on behalf of the Town of Pittsfield, and then Attorney Rick Matthew is also joining.
Did I identify him properly? Okay. All right, Village of Howard.
Eric Callisto and Alex Peterson from Michael Best and Friedrich.
And Village of Pulaski.
Brian Cahill and Mark Bender of Godfrey and Kahn. Good morning.
Good morning. Miss anybody there? And I guess I should ask if the list is correct in terms of the contacts we need to identify for service, particularly of the commission's final decision. This will be the list we use to do that. Okay, no complaints. All right, so let's move on. It'll be a little challenging here because we do have three dockets and we will have three offered evidence lists. So we do want to discuss anything related to those lists before we begin. Let's probably go off the record for this. We're going to start with the WI docket first. And first of all, let's just get parties to identify any incorrect listing here on the offered evidence list. Anything we need to correct in terms of the filings? We'd start with the Village of Howard. Did I miss
Your
anything?
Honor.
Yeah.
The only thing that I saw was you had misplaced the errata sheet for Mr. Farr for Sir rebuttal into the column for Mr. Rosenbeck.
Thank you. Okay, and for Town of Pittsfield.
I don't believe there's anything incorrect for the Town of Pittsfield.
Okay. Commission staff. I'm sorry, Village of Pulaski.
Nothing missing from our perspective, Your Honor.
Okay. And interesting. Commission staff, any corrections?
Nothing that I saw.
All right. Let's just quickly go through each one with this one question first. That might be the most efficient way. So let's do the CW docket again. Go through any errors on the list from the applicant. And probably this, no, I got the Sir rebuttal right this time. But
I think you're muted, Eric, but I don't think there's any errors from my perspective.
okay. Town of Pittsfield.
No errors.
Village of Pulaski.
No errors, but I do have a question about one of your comments.
Okay, we'll get to that. Let's just go through the list first and then, yeah. Okay, and commission staff.
No errors.
Okay. So again, we're looking at the Village of Pulaski case. So applicant Pulaski, any errors on the list?
No, Your Honor.
Pittsfield, errors?
No, Your Honor.
Howard
No, Your Honor.
and commission staff.
No errors.
Okay. All right, we'll continue with this on this list, just going through the comments. Any questions about my comments, formatting issues?
Your Honor, one question. You commented on Exhibit VOP Stefik 5, requesting that we refile and add NRE.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean?
Okay, yeah, okay. We had put that in there in other places. Sorry about that. So NRE is just the non-record evidence disclaimer. So there must be some links that appear in the document. So just to add that to the cover page, that any citations in the document are not offered for the record. So if you'll see, there's a lot of those examples in the case where the cover page will have that disclaimer. And,
yep.
Yeah, shorthand is not non-record evidence. So of course we created an acronym for that, or I did. I'll admit. So yeah, that's the plan for that. So yeah, just this way it's clear that you're not offering that. It's not being received. Clicking the link is extra record. Anything else?
And then the other question relates to Exhibit VOP Stefik 6. And the direction was to refile that exhibit as the version that was filed on IRF.
Mm-hmm.
However, it's my understanding that at direction of commission staff, that was not filed on IRF. In fact, I had not even seen a service copy of the request initially.
I'm not sure. I thought I found it. Well,
there is a similar response with a different date that doesn't include all of the responses that is filed on IRF, but it is different.
Okay. Well, we'll need you to IRF that as well.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, that I don't know what direction you received, but that's incorrect. All data request responses should be IRFed. So if you want to IRF it, and then you might, yeah, it shouldn't take you long to get the IRF
Of
number.
course.
But yeah, if you want to IRF it and then refile. Yeah, sorry, I don't know where that confusion came in, but yeah, no harm done. We'll just correct it now. Okay, so town of Pittsfield, any questions?
One question, Your Honor. Sorry if I'm in the wrong, no, in this docket. So, so with respect to Exhibit 3 for denies, you've asked us to delete the interview link. Do you, and cite to the transcript that was included in other testimony, do you want us just to remove that first page or black out the interview link? Do you have a preference on how we do that?
No, on the exhibit itself?
Yes.
No, I don't. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Yeah. And just to be sure, I think it was it Rosenbeck, I think, had offered that transcript as an exhibit. Is that is that exactly what is in that video? I mean, that seemed to be, but I didn't go back and check.
Well, frankly, Your Honor, we're not that concerned with including the substance of the link either way. So what we may do is just delete that link delete the first page of that exhibit.
Yeah, but okay, that's fine. Anything else from the town?
Nothing else.
All right, and Village of Howard?
Nothing from us, Your Honor.
Okay. Mission staff?
No questions at this time.
Okay. All right, so just to make sure we get everything, we'll try this 2620 CW 104 list. Anything else? The comments may be a little different.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. Can I go back to the other one? But I think it's the same for all these dockets. The comment you have at the bottom on public comments.
Sure. Why don't we do that now? Yeah, so a few witnesses referred to public comments filed in these dockets. So we just need a citation to those. So we all know what's being referred to. I think at this point, there's the two comments in, I think it's the Howard dockets. Howard dockets has the two filed comments. So you want to cite those by name. And then for the Pulaski docket, there will be a public comment exhibit that'll be filed. So that should be filed referencing the exhibit and then the name of the commentator. So since it's being referred to by the witness, they need to be cited as record evidence. So those comments will go in the record, but I guess there must have been a little confusion about how to handle that in testimony. So we do want to be able to point to that in testimony for the commission's benefit, understand what comments we're talking about.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, so that's in all three. That goes in all three. Okay, so we move on to Howard, the construction application. Any new questions? And the filings are slightly different here. I was opening up to anybody. Okay, no new questions. And the WI docket, any other questions about those comments? Okay, all right. So I think that's all the record evidence that's being offered, except for possibly some documents that'll be used for cross that we received yesterday. So let's get on the record. So we've discussed the offered evidence lists in all three dockets. The documents listed are correct and complete. So we have all the written evidence to be received in this case, in these proceedings. They're just subject to first to verification by the witness before they'll be received. So with that, I think we want to move on to checking witness availability / if there's any people we can excuse because there's no questions. And I'm gonna use the Pulaski case for this because I think covers everyone in question. So what I listed here in green in terms of witnesses I did not, so far parties and staff have indicated no cross questions for. So these parties, I can receive that evidence by affidavit. They would be excused from the remaining part of the hearing. But it's up to the party if they want to call that person, put them on the stand, that either just for verification purposes is fine, or if they have additional testimony to add live here, that's another option. So, but just so you know, the option would be to excuse Chambers, Deffick, Dennis, Willis, and that's it, I believe. We also had a request to take Holler first, or early in the morning. I guess I'll probably just call that person first. But anyone else we have no questions for, or has the situation changed for the current list?
Your Honor, this is Eric Callisto. That maybe I wasn't clear. I do have questions for the 4 witnesses you have in green.
Oh, okay. Maybe
I think Mr. Callisto's email was witnesses who he did not intend to cross-examine. And I think that included Ms. Drewiski,
okay.
And others. But I understood Mr. Chambers and Mr. Stefan will be subject to questioning.
Okay. And Dennis, Willis, all subject to question. So Drewski possibly, maybe that's what I intended all along. Okay, so Drewski, that person could be, well, there'll be no questions. That's for all parties, is that the case?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then I know there's questions for Everett. Are there going to be questions for Farr
Yes, Your Honor.
and Rosenbeck? Yeah, okay. All right, well, let me just ask, any parties we can excuse because there's no questions? Looks like Drewski is one. Anyone else?
I had identified Mr. Elmer as someone I have questions for, but I will not at this point.
Okay, anyone else have questions for Elmer?
I might, Your Honor, depending upon how the day goes.
Okay, all right. Okay, so that didn't get us very far.
Your Honor, if I could just make a brief suggestion, if I interpreted the party's emails yesterday correctly, it sounded like no one had any questions for the environmental witnesses. I know witness Haller has a scheduling conflict, so just a suggestion that maybe we could call those three witnesses first just to verify by testimony and excuse them if there's no additional cross-examination.
Okay, so that's Tom McCheswick too?
Yes, and Rowe, I think, if I read the emails correctly.
Okay, so any objections to taking them first?
No.
We can do that. All right, so let's do that. And also, all right, so I can say, so with Drewski, we can accept that testimony with verification by affidavit and excuse that witness. Otherwise, let's get started with our first witness. And I believe the other proceeding, the other dockets, we have the same situation. All the party witnesses are the same that need to be questioned at this point. So let's start with the environmental witnesses in 4890 CW 102. We'll call our first witness. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commission staff would call Macaulay Haller to the stand.
Okay, you need to raise your right hand. Seeing you yet. Are you? Let's go off the record for a second. Apologize, this is not working as it used to. Okay, that's a little better. There we go. All right, let's get on the record. So I'm going to swear you in. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, great. Go ahead.
Could you please state your name for the record?
My name is Macaulay Haller.
And by whom are you employed?
I work for Wisconsin DNR.
And what is your position with the Wisconsin DNR?
Environmental Analysis and Review Specialist.
Did you cause or file or cause to be filed direct testimony in docket, let's see, 4890 CW 102, which is the Pulaski docket?
I did.
And are the statements and representations in that pre-filed direct testimony true and correct?
Yes.
Do you have any additions or modifications to your testimony at this time?
I do not.
That's all I have, Your Honor. The witness is available for cross if there is any based on that.
All right, any questions? No. All right, great. Thanks. You're excused.
Next, commission staff would call Stacy Rowe to the stand.
Okay, just turn on your camera. There you are. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, go ahead.
Would you please state your name for the record?
Stacy Rowe.
And by whom are you employed?
I work for the Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources.
And what is your position with that agency?
I work as the Endangered Resources Utility Liaison.
And did you also file or cause to be filed direct testimony in docket 4890 CW 102?
Yes, I did.
Are the statements and representations in your testimony true and correct?
Yes, they are.
And do you have any additions or modifications to your testimony at this time?
No, I do not.
Thank you. The witness is available for cross.
Any questions? No, you're excused. Thanks very much.
All right, thank you.
And then lastly, on the environmental side, the commission would call Tyler Tomaszewski.
Okay, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead.
Could you state your name for the record?
Tyler Tomaszewski.
And what is your position with the Public Service Commission of Wisconsin?
I'm an environmental analysis and review specialist.
Did you file or cause to be filed direct testimony at 4890 CW 102?
Yes, I did.
Are the statements and representations in your testimony true and correct?
Yes, they are.
Do you have any additions or modifications to your testimony at this time?
No.
And are you also sponsoring the environmental assessment exhibit as part of your testimony?
I am, yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. I don't have any further questions. Witness is available for cross.
Any questions? No? All right. Thanks very much. You're excused. All right. So I think since we have started with the Village of Pulaski case, we'll continue in order to take testimony from the applicant. We'll take the testimony of Pulaski first. And when we call each witness, we're calling them to speak to all the filings they've made in all three dockets, but someone has to go first. So, so I'm gonna pick Pulaski. So we'll start with them. So let's call our first witness.
Your Honor, I apologize. This is Attorney Vanessa Wishart. Just to clarify, will the order then be the Village of Pulaski, the Village of Howard, and then the town of Pittsfield? Or will we go?
I was planning to go
I think
through this list, but that's fine. I mean, I think doing both applicants first may make more sense than intervening with the town of Pittsfield. So yeah, so let's start with Pulaski, and then we'll move to Howard, then the town. Sure. Okay.
Your
and
Honor,
I believe
sorry,
one
go ahead.
additional.
Yes.
Sorry, I think that you may have had the same comment. I think there's one additional witness for the Village of Howard that wouldn't be on this list.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to switch over. Yeah, to take them, I'll switch over to a different list.
Thanks. That was my comment as well.
Well, with them, we're going to have to switch. I think they filed also had different filings, so we'll have to play that by ear. We'll have to have them verify the different filings and the different dockets. But once we get a witness on the stand, we'll cover them all, cover all the filings. Okay. All right. So, but we'll start with Pulaski. Let's hear from their first witness.
Pulaski calls its first witness Keith Chambers.
Hey, I know you're here somewhere. Now just give me a wave. Oh, I see you. Okay. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, great. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chambers. Would you please introduce yourself?
I'm Keith Chambers. I am the village president of Pulaski.
And did you prepare rebuttal and surrebuttal testimony in support of Pulaski's application for a certificate of authority to connect to the Green Bay water utility through the Village of Hobart?
Yes, I did.
And did you also prepare direct testimony in Howard's docket to construct a water main in the town of Pulaski?
Yes, I did.
If you were asked the same questions today as in your pre-filed testimony in both dockets, would your answers be the same?
I would.
Along with your testimony, did you submit 4 exhibits in Pulaski's construction docket?
I did.
And with your testimony in Howard's construction docket, did you submit 4 exhibits, but now revised to 3 exhibits because it's the memorandum of understanding?
Yes, I did.
And are these exhibits complete and accurate copies of those documents?
Yes, they are.
Mr. Chambers is available for cross-examination.
Okay, great, thanks. So let's get off the record for a second. Perhaps I did cause some errors in this. So in the WI docket, I have Chambers filing the 4 exhibits. Should that have been in the CW docket?
That should be in the CW docket, yes.
Okay, so I have those filed in the CW docket and the WI docket, but I don't have any in the Pulaski docket. So looks like something got missed here. So do we know which filings were filed in the Pulaski docket? There's
Yes.
go by IRF number. So I have well, it's the same here. That's unfortunate.
Oh, Your Honor, I apologize. You're correct. Mr. Chambers did not file the exhibits in the Pulaski construction docket. Those were filed by witness Stefik.
Okay. So I still think I have the wrong. So did he file in both the WI and the CW for Howard? He filed those, or maybe I just copied that wrong.
They were intended to just be filed in the CW docket.
Okay, and it looks like they're the same, so it just must have crossed over.
Your Honor, while we're off the record, I think there was a similar carryover from the CW to the WI for the commission staff testimony as well, which was filed in the CW docket, not the WI.
So did he file in the WI? Did Chambers file the testimony in the WI?
Yes, Your Honor, they were filed in the WI docket as well, and they're identical to what's in the CW docket for
different numbers. Okay. And then no exhibits. Yeah, I have exhibits. That's okay. Let me yeah, so I have 4 exhibits from Chambers in the WI docket. So they're just I just have the IRF numbers are incorrect. Don't know what happened there. And actually 2. Wow. So there's 2 exhibit 1s. I don't know how I didn't catch this before. So there are a number, so we do have the chambers exhibits in the WI case. And there's 2 exhibit 1s. I'm not sure. That might have been a refile, but I'm not sure. Unless I just chambers 1. Yeah, okay, that's a refile. Okay. So I think what I'll end up doing is discounting the first filing of that chambers 1. Okay, so we can just get on the record just to clarify. Looks like oh, let me just check last document as well. No. So let's just clarify that he did file for
Are you
offer
still
for
on?
no, we'll just have the witness come back and just to clarify that he did offer 4 exhibits in the WI, and we're going to be receiving the first 3. So do that now.
Okay. Mr. Chambers, I apologize. I erred. In the Pulaski construction docket, you did not file any exhibits. Is that correct?
I'm not sure.
They were filed. Your exhibits were filed in the Howard construction docket. That's 2620 CW 100, and the same exhibits were filed in the Howard right-of-way docket, which is 2620 WI 100. Those 3 exhibits are the 2022 water study by Robert E. Lee, the RFP response by Green Bay Water Utility, and the RFP response by Central Brown County Water Authority. Is that consistent with your understanding of the exhibits that were filed in those 2 dockets?
That is.
Okay. And those exhibits are complete and accurate copies of those documents. Is that correct?
One more time, please.
Those 3 exhibits are complete and accurate copies of those documents. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Oh, all right, great. We got through that. Okay, so we got all the chambers filings identified. So any additional testimony?
Nope, no, Your Honor.
Okay, so cross for this witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Chambers, this is Eric Callisto on behalf of the Village of Howard. Good morning.
Morning.
Is it accurate that Pulaski contracted with a third-party accounting firm, Clifton Larson Allen LLP, to assist in analyzing the alternatives in the water study that was produced for the village and the potential rate impacts of each alternative?
Yes, we did.
And the village paid for that study, correct?
Yes, we did.
And do you still stand by and support the results of that study?
As far as I know, yes. I have not reviewed the study in 18 months.
But as you stand here today, you still support that study?
Yes, that's. So I stand by what our accounting firm found.
No further questions.
All right. Any other cross? No other parties? Commission staff? No? All right. Thanks very much. I'll give a time for rebuttal. It's taken so long to get through the first witness. Yeah. So any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, great. All right, thanks very much. You're excused. And I know, let's go off the record. I know that there may be some discrepancies with staff's filings, but we'll get to those when we call the witness. Yeah. All right, back on the record, let's call our next Pulaski witness.
Your Honor, Pulaski calls Joshua Stefik.
All right. So, yeah, raise your right hand. You swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right, go ahead.
Mr. Stefik, would you please introduce yourself?
My name is Joshua Stefik, and I'm a professional engineer in the Water Wastewater Department at Robert E. Lee & Associates.
And did you prepare direct testimony, rebuttal testimony, and surrebuttal testimony in support of Pulaski's application for a certificate of authority to connect to the Green Bay water utility through the village of Hobart?
Yes, I did.
If you were asked the same questions today as in your pre-filed testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Along with your testimony, did you cause 6 exhibits to be filed?
Yes.
Are these exhibits complete and accurate copies of those documents?
Yes.
I want to ask you a few questions in response to surrebuttal testimony of Gary Rosenbeck, okay? Throughout Mr. Rosenbeck's surrebuttal testimony, he is critical of your design requiring a 4,000 gallon per minute flow rate. I want to ask you some questions about that. Were you involved in Pulaski's RFP process?
Yes.
Leading up to and during the RFP, did you talk with and email representatives of Central Brown County Water Authority about the RFP and Pulaski's requirements and system design?
Yes.
And who at Central Brown County were you in communication with?
Nick Sparacio.
Did you make clear to Mr. Sparacio that Pulaski's system would be designed to require a flow rate of 4,000 gallons per minute?
Yes.
Did the RFP explain what Robert E. Lee and Pulaski would do if proposals could not meet that required flow rate?
Yes.
And what was that?
We would account for necessary modifications to bring the flow rate up to 4,000 gallons a minute.
And in Central Brown County Water's response to Pulaski's RFP, did they propose to deliver 4,000 gallons per minute?
No, they provided 2 options. Connection point 1 was 3,300 gallons a minute, and connection point 2 was 2,100 gallons a minute.
Mr. Rosenbeck states on page 2 of his rebuttal that the system designed by Robert E. Lee will operate 100% of the time to maintain pressure. Is that accurate?
No, it's not. The system designed.
Go ahead. Can you explain why not?
The system is designed to be an on-off system. So when the pump shut off, the transmission main will stay at the pressure that the pump shut off at.
Okay, are we reviewing what's in the record already? Because I recall this.
This is different, and it's directly responsive to that rebuttal.
All right, sorry, go ahead.
Mr. Rosenbeck disputes that if you had designed the project to use a smaller pipe, the operations and maintenance costs would be greater. Would you explain why operations and maintenance costs increase with a smaller pipe in your design?
If the pipe is smaller, then the system needs a reservoir and pumping station and more time for utility employees. For example, the lifespan of a pumping system is estimated at 40 years. For a reservoir, it's estimated at 60 years, and for a pipeline, it's 90 years.
Mr. Rosenbeck also says that groundwater is a viable alternative for Pulaski. Do you agree?
No.
Why not?
The village board decided not to pursue groundwater because of the unknowns of whether a new well would find enough groundwater of sufficient quality.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, because of the unknowns. Continue from there, because of the unknowns.
Of whether a new well would find enough groundwater of sufficient quality near their existing water main loops.
do you believe that the village's decision was prudent?
Yes, for several reasons. At the time, Pulaski did not know whether PFAS would be found in existing wells and whether PFAS would be found in the water at a newly drilled well. In addition, PFAS regulations were changing at the time and still an unknown. If Pulaski's existing wells would comply with the new standard. Finally, a new well would drill into the same aquifer that the other Green Bay communities, including Howard and Hobart, both left in favor of lake water because of radium and arsenic levels exceeding the limits.
Next, Mr. Rosenbeck on page 5 of his rebuttal raises a concern that hydraulic surges could cause pipe failures. Do you have a further response to that?
We are working to add a surge valve in coordination with DNR staff. And the surge valve would prevent pipe failure from a sudden pump shutdown caused by, for example, a loss of power.
Mr. Rosenbeck offers two alternatives to Pulaski's chosen project that use Pulaski's existing ground reservoir at well 2. Is it viable or realistic to continue relying on that reservoir?
No, that reservoir was inspected in 2018 and found to have severe cracking issues.
Mr. Rosenbeck on page 7 of his rebuttal testimony says it's less practicable for Pulaski to rely on storage in Hobart because there should be storage in Pulaski. Why does it make sense for the Pulaski project to take advantage of the storage available or that will be available in Hobart?
Hobart was already committed to building the new storage, and this design allows Pulaski to avoid the capital cost of storage as well as the O&M costs associated with it.
Let's have a few questions about Mr. Rosenbeck's testimony on project costs, page 6 of his rebuttal. In the application, you included project cost estimates. As of what dates were those estimates prepared?
Those cost estimates were from early of 2023.
Mr. Rosenbeck states that you challenge only one small piece of his cost estimate for Pulaski's project. As a result of that testimony, did you look more closely at Mr. Rosenbeck's estimate in Exhibit 4 and compare that to the application's cost estimate?
Yes, I did.
Setting aside the date difference as to when those cost estimates were prepared, what 4 items explain the differences between the 2 cost estimates that you found and that Mr. Rosenbeck found?
The 4 areas where we saw differences was in the contingency percentage, the engineering costs, the generator and ATS costs, and then the pipeline length.
And since you already talked about the generator and ATS cost in your rebuttal testimony, I won't ask you any more about that. But what's the difference in the pipeline length that you found?
The pipeline length was not the same connection location of where we're showing to the village of Pulaski's distribution system. It appeared that the pipeline length was going to well station 2.
And is the project as you designed, does it have the water main connecting at well station 2?
No, it does not.
Where does your design have the pipe water main connecting?
Connecting at the intersection of County B and Corporate Way.
And how much shorter is the pipeline in your design than what Mr. Rosenbeck used for his cost analysis?
It's roughly around a half a mile.
And given that difference, how much additional costs does Mr. Rosenbeck's analysis include?
Associated with the pipe?
Yeah,
Over $500,000.
Mr. Rosenbeck states that he used a 25% contingency because he used that for all alternatives. Why did you use only a 10% contingency for this project?
We used a 10% contingency because the PSC application was filed after the DNR financial aid application was submitted, and the DNR limits the contingency to 10% of construction costs.
So in your PSC application, what percentage contingency did you use?
The same, 10% of construction costs.
Mr. Rosenbeck's estimated engineering costs are listed at 15%. How does that compare to the actual engineering costs that you'll have for this project?
REL's engineering costs were less than 15%.
And how are those arrived at?
The costs were arrived at estimating expected expenses and time involved.
Do you recall how much those were?
Not offhand.
When you account for those four differences, how does your cost estimate in the application compare to the cost estimate that Mr. Rosenbeck prepared?
They were within $100,000.
And when those costs are removed, those differences in costs are removed from Mr. Rosenbeck's estimate, they're within $100,000 of the costs in your application. Is that correct?
Yes.
Mr. Stefik's available for cross-examination.
All right. So any questions for the witness?
I do have some cross, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Stefik, Eric Callisto for the Village of Howard. Good morning. I want to stay where we just ended with the cost estimates. You indicated there were four categories where you had a discrepancy with Mr. Rosenbeck's analysis. I want to walk through each one. I want you to tell me the dollar figure for each one. The first is contingency. What is the difference between your calculation and Mr. Rosenbeck's?
I don't have that at this time.
The second is engineering costs. What is the difference between your cost and Mr. Rosenbeck's?
I'd have to get back to you.
And the third category, I believe we call it generation. Is that correct?
Generator and ETS.
And what does ETS stand for?
Automatic transfer switch.
I'm sorry, so that's ATS.
Yes.
Okay. And what's the cost difference there between your estimate and Mr. Rosenbeck's?
It was $200,000 to $300,000.
$200,000 to $300,000 for that, and then I believe you had $500,000 for your last one, the pipeline length, correct?
Yes.
I want to go back to questions from your attorney on 4,000 gallons per minute as a requirement for the RFP. You're aware that subsequent to the RFP response being filed by Howard, that they made the Village of Pulaski aware that they could meet a 4,000 gallon per minute requirement, correct?
I was not aware of any official statement.
Well, let's dive into that a little bit. When you say an official statement, I assume that means you had knowledge that Howard can meet a 4,000 GPM requirement, but you had no official written response from Howard to that effect?
Correct.
PFAS in wells. To the best of your knowledge, there's no PFAS currently being found in the wells that the Village of Pulaski uses, correct?
At this time, based on the information Pulaski has provided, there's negligible PFAS in the wells.
And negligible, what do you mean by that?
It's down towards the limits of detection, so it's kind of a gray area on the test results.
And you're aware that the PFAS standards have been finalized by DNR, correct?
Yes.
So that's no longer a hindrance in the ability of the village to look at a deeper well or a new well if it wants to analyze PFAS implications of a new well, correct?
Correct.
You mentioned a surge valve. Can you explain to me what analysis you're doing right now to add a surge valve to the Pulaski project?
Based on the recommendations of our hydraulic analysis, is recommended that we install a surge valve. So we're working with the staff.
I'm sorry, go ahead. Can you say that one more time?
Based on the recommendations of the hydraulic analysis, we're working with DNR staff to add that to the plan set design.
And that analysis, the hydraulic analysis, when was that done?
I don't recall.
It was done subsequent to the filing of this application at the PSCW?
I don't recall.
Well, the analysis is not complete at this point in time. Is that correct?
Can you clarify?
You just indicated that you are looking at putting in a surge valve as a result of hydraulic analysis. And my question is the evaluation of a surge valve, the analysis associated with that, is that done at this point?
The analysis is done.
Is the cost of the surge valve part of this application?
No, it is not.
You mentioned that Hobart, strike that. You understand that you need to have storage in Hobart to make the Pulaski CA project work, correct? I'm sorry, did you answer?
Yes.
Yes, you answered, or yes is the answer to the question?
Yes is the answer to the question.
Thank you. And Hobart storage is not part of what Pulaski is seeking approval for in this case, correct?
That is correct.
And that is part of presumably a different project that Hobart will seek approval from the commission?
That is correct.
Do you know the
I'm sorry.
cost
I'm
of-
sorry. You're kind
We're
of
gonna
sounding
need to-
muffled. What was
Can you
that
get a
answer?
little- Can you get you closer to the microphone? It sounds like there's still a lot of room echo there. Let's just test it out. Just give us a test.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Can you get a little closer? I don't know where your microphone might be.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Okay, that's better. Yeah, thanks.
Did you want the question back?
Please, thank you.
And that is part of presumably a different project that Hobart will seek approval from the commission?
Yes, that is correct.
Do you know the cost of that storage project?
It is currently under analysis.
What's the current estimate of that project, if you know, for cost?
I don't have a value to provide at this time.
Does anybody on your staff have that value?
It has not been finalized.
Oh, we couldn't hear that.
It has not been finalized.
Okay. Got it. All right.
Don't you think that the cost of the Hobart storage requirement is an important issue for this commission to consider in its review of the Pulaski project?
No, it is not.
I'm going to give you a hypothetical. Tell me, what is the current estimate of the Pulaski project, to the best of your knowledge?
It's over 15 million.
I'm sorry, it's
over $15 million.
thank you.
And I'm going to put a price tag, hypothetical price tag of $2 million on Hobart storage. With that hypothetical, do you think that's an important fact for this commission to know before it approves the Pulaski CA?
No, it is not.
Well, can this project work without the Hobart storage?
Yes.
How would it work without the Hobart storage?
it'll function until Hobart has their reservoir built. But Hobart's reservoir was planned before the Pulaski project idea came about.
So I think you're saying that the Pulaski project will work for a period of time, but it's contingent upon the Hobart storage being built at some point, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Stefik, in your rebuttal in the 4890 CA docket, and I believe as well in the Howard CA docket, you have two primary concerns with the project that I'm going to refer to as the Howard water main extension. And that, when I refer to that project, that's the project that Howard is seeking approval for in the 2620 docket. My understanding of your concerns with the Howard water main extension project are that it is too large. Is that fair?
I don't recall that.
Can you please turn to...
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Can you please turn to your rebuttal testimony in the 4890 docket at page 9 and let me know when you're there. I'm going to get there myself, Your Honor.
Okay.
And let me ask that question differently. Your concern from a cost perspective in regard to the ability of the Howard project and the Central Brown County Water Authority response to the RFP is that first, it relied upon connection point 2. Is that fair?
Yes.
And second, the use of connection point 2 was conditioned upon the entry of a boundary agreement between Pulaski and the village of Howard, correct?
Correct.
It's fair to say those are your two primary concerns about the connection to the Central Brown County system, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to give you a hypothetical. If Howard or Central Brown County absorbed the costs to build a pipeline to connection point 2 and also did not require a boundary agreement, would your objections go away to the alternatives provided by Mr. Rosenbeck in his testimony?
Objection, incomplete hypothetical, doesn't specify or discuss the conveyance rates and the effect thereon.
Your Honor, it's my hypothetical. I can give him, counsel has an opportunity to redirect.
All right, overruled.
Mr. Stevick, can I have a readback, please?
Question, I'm going to give you a hypothetical. If Howard or Central Brown County absorbed the cost to build a pipeline to connection point 2 and also did not require a boundary agreement, would your objections go away to the alternatives provided by Mr. Rosenbeck in his testimony? Is there anyone speaking? Because I can't hear anything.
Off the record, we're just waiting for an answer.
Okay. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, a little tricky today. Let's get back on. That was a question posed to the witness. Can we have an answer?
Can you reread the question, please?
Let's reread it. Go ahead.
Question, I'm going to give you a hypothetical. If Howard or Central Brown County absorbed the cost to build a pipeline to connection point 2 and also did not require a boundary agreement, would your objections go away to the alternatives provided by Mr. Rosenbach in his testimony?
Yes.
No further questions.
Other cross?
Just one quick question on behalf of commission staff. Good morning, Mr. Stefik. My name is Evan Weitz. I'm appearing on behalf of the commission. Earlier in your direct testimony, if I heard it right, when you were discussing the groundwater alternative, you said at the time that the projects were being compared, for lack of a better term, PFAS situation was unknown. Is there anything that you've learned since that point in time that might alter that analysis or change how you look at the various alternatives?
Village of Pulaski has completed PFAS testing and found very low levels of PFAS based on the results that were provided to Robert E. Lee and Associates. However, they still have the manganese and iron issues that create the water quality concerns.
And as far as the water quality concerns, would that necessitate some sort of treatment or filtration system?
Yes, that would.
And treating or filtering for those particular elements, how does that compare to the additional expense for PFAS treatment?
They're expected to be less costly than the PFAS. Both cost estimates with and without PFAS were included in the water study report that were submitted in the PSC application.
Okay. So in evaluating the alternatives, even with that updated information, is it your testimony that the project is still the preferred or most desirable alternative?
The project that Pulaski would like to move forward with.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
It's the project that the Pulaski board would like to move forward with.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Any other cross?
Your Honor, can I just follow up on one question based upon staff's questioning?
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Stefik, you just answered the question from staff and said it's the project the Pulaski board wants to move forward with. And by that, I think you mean the project that is currently before the commission in 4890 CW 102, correct?
Yes.
Do you believe that's the best project to serve Pulaski's water needs, particularly where there's an alternative to explore dropping a third well?
It's the project that met the owner's desires in the project outcome.
Can you say that one more time?
It's the project that met the standards that the owner was looking to accomplish.
And do you believe that water can be delivered safely and reliably to Pulaski through an alternative that is cheaper than what is currently in front of the commission, including possibly dropping a new well?
Can you repeat that question?
Can I have a read back, please?
Yeah, read it back.
Question, and do you believe that water can be delivered safely and reliably to Pulaski through an alternative that is cheaper than what is currently in front of the commission, including possibly dropping a new well?
I do not have an answer at this time. The cost estimates from the water study are dated. So it'd have to be revisited with current pricing.
No further questions.
All right. About redirect?
Mr. Stefik, Attorney Callisto asked you some questions about the engineering costs and the contingency included in the application in this docket. Is there a document, perhaps the budget sheet for the Department of Revenue financial aid application, that if you review, that would refresh your recollection as to the engineering cost for this project?
I'm sorry.
Yes, it would.
Thank you.
Do you have that available to you?
Yes, I do.
Would you take a look at that specifically for the engineering costs and the amount of the contingency that's included in the application to the PSC?
Objection, Your Honor, unless we have an understanding of what document he's looking at or if it's an exhibit in this record.
I agree. Where are we going?
I need to use a document to refresh his recollection. He's testified that that such a document exists. I'm happy to, I didn't anticipate that this would be necessary. I'm happy to provide it to counsel so that he can review it as well. And then once he's reviewed it, consistent with the hearsay rule, I'd ask him to put that document aside and testify if that refreshes his recollection and what those amounts are.
Okay. We'd like to see it though. Do you have it available?
Should I send it to the service list?
Yeah, that would be good.
Okay.
And include me too, I'm not on those.
I just sent that off.
Okay. Let's go off the record.
Has that email come through?
It has. I have it, Your Honor. I've reviewed it.
All right, I have not gotten it. How about you, Evan? Did it come through the PSC?
Just came through.
Can you send me forward that over to me?
I forwarded it. I don't know if that will be any faster, but
Oh, just down the hallway. There we go. Let's see who got here first. Oh, you escaped first. Okay, great. So I have it, and you reviewed it, Attorney Callisto.
I have, Your Honor.
So it's simply. All right, so why don't we, so you're intending that the witness just refresh his recollection with this. Okay, so there's no.
Your Honor, if I just maybe heard briefly.
Yeah, we're off the record, so I'm just checking this here. Yeah, okay, let's get on the record. So we do have in our possession the cost estimate that was being offered or used to refresh the witness's recollection. And Attorney Callisto, did you have comment on this?
Yes, first an observation that the whole reason I do administrative litigation is to not fully understand the rules of evidence. With that caveat, I don't think this is relevant to any of the questions that I asked. So I guess it's a conditional objection, but subject to hearing from Mr. Cahill.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, I mean, it's probably just enough to have the witness answer the questions. But if there's something you can do to explain this a bit, Attorney Cahill, I think, I guess just provide us some context, because we really can't tell from the document what this is showing us.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Attorney Callisto asked Mr. Stefik if he recalled the amount of the engineering cost that was included in the PSC application in this docket. His response was he could not recall offhand. Attorney Callisto also asked Mr. Stefik if he recalled what the amount of the contingency was included in the PSC application. And he said that he could not recall, but that it was equal to the amount in the DNR financial assistance application. So this is that document which would refresh Mr. Stefik's recollection, and it is relevant because it explains why there is an apparent difference in the cost estimates of Mr. Rosenbeck and Mr. Stefik.
Okay, so instead of trying to just refresh recollection, I think if we can have the witness identify the document and verify it, provide some foundation for it, we can enter it as an exhibit. Seems to plug a hole rather than just have the witness speak to it. We can put it in the record. Okay. Let's have some more foundation for that from some witness.
Mr. Stefik, you have in front of you what will be eventually marked as Exhibit VOP Stefik 7. Can you tell us what this document is?
This is a budgetary estimate that was included in the Safe Drinking Water Financial Aid application for the DNR funding program.
And is this a document that you completed?
Yes, it is.
And does this refresh your memory or show for all of us how much the engineering costs that Robert E. Lee will charge for this project are?
Yes, it does.
And how much are those?
$1,260,000.
And does Stefik Exhibit 7 also refresh your memory as to the amount of the contingency that's included in this cost estimate for this docket?
Yes, it does.
And what is that?
$1,256,038.
And are those the actual expenses that Pulaski will incur for those amounts? Meaning the contingency is not greater than 10% and the engineering is not greater than $1,260,000. You're a little soft-spoken there.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd offer Stefik Exhibit 7.
Okay, any objections? All right.
No, Your Honor.
That's in, and we will expect that filed in, let me see, I think all 3 dockets that he is participating in all 3 on the same lines. I think we'll.
He only submitted testimony, Your Honor, in the 4890 docket.
Okay, that's fine, then just 4890.
Okay.
There was a couple witnesses that way. Okay, and I think we should just indicate the date that this this document or this application was filed with the DNR. I don't see a date on the document.
Do you recall, Mr. Stefik, approximately when this document was submitted?
The due date for submittal was June 30th, 2023.
Oh, 2023, okay. And that's the latest project cost estimate that Village of Pulaski has for the project?
It was the estimate that was used in the PSC application.
In the PSC application. Okay. All right. Okay.
One additional question then, Your Honor.
Yeah, go ahead.
Attorney Callisto asked you about the surge valve that is added to the system and asked you if that cost is included in the application. Do you have an estimate of how much that surge valve will cost?
Material and installation should be less than $100,000.
I have no further questions.
All right. Okay.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, just briefly on this new exhibit, if I may question the witness.
Yes, go ahead.
And Mr. Stefik, this concerns Stefik Exhibit 7, I believe it has now been called. I didn't follow you on the engineering costs. I thought you said $1.2 million. Is that correct? We still waiting for an answer, Mr. Stefik?
Yes. Is my response.
Can you show me on this chart where $1.2 million for engineering costs is?
It's broken into 3 numbers. The first number is abbreviated to SDWLP space FAA for $10,000. And then the line underneath it is for design and bidding for $650,000. And then the third line is construction administration for $600,000.
The 1.2 million is an approximation, correct?
Yes.
And all this chart shows is the information that you filed with the DNR in pursuit of a loan or grants for this project, correct?
Yes.
and it shows nothing about the differences between your estimates of the cost of the project and what Mr. Rosenbeck had in his testimony exhibits, correct?
The cost estimate was used to compare total project cost with Rosenbeck's.
My questions to you previously on cross were, can you give me the number? Excuse me, can you give me the difference between your costs and Mr. Rosenbeck's on contingency and on engineering? And as we sit here, you still can't do that, correct?
I could.
I'm sorry?
I could. With this document in front of me.
But you don't know them right now. Your Honor, I have a question out.
Yeah, Attorney Cahill, can you direct your witness to at least let us know if he's thinking or calculating or doing something? Because it's silence. I mean, it's we see
Sure,
what's going
sure.
on.
Mr. Stefik, could you do the calculation that Attorney Callisto is asking for the difference between the contingency in Rosenberg Exhibit 4 and Stefik Exhibit 7?
Yes, I have that now. Okay. The difference in engineering is $807,000 and $807,008.
And then what is the difference between the contingency amounts?
The difference in contingency is $2,188,975.
And what's the difference in cost if you know? I believe it was generation, and I'm sorry, I can't recall the acronym that you used for the third category. And to be clear, I'm asking for the difference in estimates between Mr. Rosenbeck's cost for the project and your estimates for the cost of the project in that third category of generation.
Talking about generator ATS?
Yes, thank you.
Attorney Callisto, do you mind if I direct him to the pages in his rebuttal to help him recall?
No objection.
Mr. Stefik, if you look at pages 8 and 9 of your rebuttal testimony, you provided that information.
$250,000.
I'm sorry, how many in 50?
$250,000.
Thank you.
No further questions.
I just wanted to clarify, when the numbers we were comparing is, if we said it was Stefik, Exhibit 7 and Rosenberg Exhibit 4. But in terms of the Rosenberg information, is that the project construction costs? So it's titled B, Project Construction Costs Alternative 1. Is that what we were comparing with?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thanks. All right, so no more cross, any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. All right, thanks very much. You're excused. Okay, so we have all the applicant witnesses for the Pulaski case. We can switch over to Howard now without any delay.
Village of Howard calls Paul Everett to the stand.
All right, raise your right hand. You swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Go ahead.
Mr. Everett, did you cause to be filed in docket 4890 CW 102 direct rebuttal and surrebuttal testimony in 7 exhibits?
Yes, I did.
And did you cause to be filed in dockets 2620 CW 104 and 2620 CW 100? Excuse me. Let me start that again. Did you cause to be filed in dockets 2620 CW 104 and 2620 WI 100 direct rebuttal, surrebuttal testimony in 7 exhibits?
Yes, I did.
And if asked the same questions, would you give the same answers today?
Yes, I would.
Do you have any changes or modifications to your pre-filed testimony or exhibits?
No, I do not.
And is that testimony exhibits true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, they are.
Mr. Everett, do you have sir rebuttal to provide in these dockets?
Yes, I do.
In his surrebuttal testimony in docket number 2620 CW 104 at page 3, and in his surrebuttal in docket numbers 4890 CW 102 and 4890 WI 100 at pages 3 and 4, Keith denies for the town of Pittsfield suggests that the first component of the proposed Pulaski water main is oversized at 16 inches because there is no evidence in this record of commercial, industrial, or multifamily development that would support a pipe of that diameter. Paul Willis for the town of Pittsfield makes the same claim at pages 2 and 3 of his surrebuttal in docket number 4890 CW 102 and docket 4890 WI 100. How do you respond?
There is already commercial and industrial development in that geographic area. Specifically on the Howard side of Glendale Avenue, Shoe Construction purchased land to develop for their own clients' needs. To date, they have built 2 facilities for Insight, the parent company of Cellcom and Insight Services. They have an additional 50 acres with visibility on US Highway 29 to develop. Adjacent to that parcel is another 34.2 acres that are vacant that we anticipate will have industrial users. Also on the other side of Glendale Avenue in Pittsfield are JW Industries, a metal fabricator, and Carew Concrete. Also to the west side of the larger parcel that is subject to the most recent annexation petition is a business called Wisconsin Welding. From a firefighting point of view, nearby Lenoy Elementary School and Peace Lutheran Church are commercial users. And additionally, I have received several contacts from developers who have an interest in expanding in that geographic area that is or reasonably could be voluntarily annexed by Howard. They have inquired about the possibility of building multifamily homes and higher density workforce housing projects. This includes Chad Roffers and Wade McCauley. That area is growing and is ripe for additional growth that requires the type of water capacity that is proposed in the 16-inch main that is part of the water main extension filing in dockets numbers 4890 CW 102 and 4890 WI 100.
Has there been action by the Wisconsin Department of Administration on the annexations into Howard from Pittsfield that you described in your rebuttal testimony in these dockets?
Yes, there has been. Yesterday on July 8th, 2024, the Wisconsin Department of Administration found that the two annexations are in the public interest. Specifically, the agency found that the petitions result in additions that are reasonably shaped and contiguous to Howard, and that Howard can provide all needed municipal services to those properties. The written finding is provided as proposed in Exhibit VOH Everett 8 in each of these dockets.
Mr. denies at page 7 of his Sir rebuttal testimony and docket number 4890 CW 102 and docket 4890 WI 100 lays out a scenario where Howard could annex Pittsfield property involuntarily. Will Howard do that?
No. I have been very clear in this record and am stating again that Howard will not involuntarily annex any Pittsfield property into Howard. There is no reason to take that approach, as I believe Howard will have success in voluntarily annexing properties when they see the benefit of being part of our village. As shown on this record, we have had recent success in doing just that.
Does this conclude your Sir rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move Mr. Everett's Exhibit 8 into evidence and offer Mr. Everett for cross-examination.
All right. Yeah, let me just take a breath here. Exhibit 8.
And I'm sorry, to be clear, this was the single. I initially pushed out 2 documents yesterday to the serve list. And then I corrected that. There's only 1 document that's relevant. And it was the document that I pushed out to the service list, indicated I would be using today. It's a single page letter.
So I was, all right, we can go off the record for a second. I think I was, let me just make sure we have this understood. So I was under the assumption this was a cross document, not a new exhibit. So this is this the one? It's the it's titled on the file name is MBRR or MBR review letter.
That's the one. Yes, it just arrived yesterday, as you can tell from its date.
So we're marking that as Exhibit 8. Okay, that was not clear about that. I must have missed the details there. Okay, so so this is Everett 8 in which dockets? All 3?
It would be all of them. Yes.
Okay. All right. So we're on the record.
Go ahead.
Okay.
You were not on the record, but go ahead.
Okay. Okay. So. All right, so we did identify the new exhibit Everett 8 to be filed in all 3 dockets. It's the municipal boundary review for the dated July 8th, 2024, petition file number 14679. So that's being offered. Any objections? Okay, hearing none, we'll include that as well. Thanks very much. Okay, so no questions, any cross? I mean, no more questions for direct, any cross?
Your Honor, just a quick point of clarification before cross.
Yeah.
There was a number of references to docket 4890 WI 100. I think that was supposed to be the Howard 2620 docket. I just wanted to confirm that. And similarly, some of the references to the construction case, I think there was maybe a misuse of 4890, but
agreed.
In the questions or the answers?
It was a little bit of both. So
that's the question drafter's error. I apologize. Yeah, well, I transposed the docket numbers, so
we can take that on errata testimony, transcript errata.
We'll fix it then. My apologies.
No worries. That's perfectly understandable in this case. All right. So, but thanks for pointing that out. Yeah, well, that's a perfect opportunity for errata. Okay. So, any cross for this one?
Yes, this is Vanessa Wishart on behalf of the town of Pittsfield.
Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Everett. Is that correct?
Yes. Good morning.
Morning. You provided the responses to the town of Pittsfield's second data request to the village of Howard. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that included responses to interrogatories as well as document production. Is that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to move the data request response labeled response data request 2R and documents produced with base labels VOH 00667D through 6766 into the record. I think this would be Everett Exhibit 9, but I will admit that I'm a bit lost on the exhibit numbers.
Okay. All right, well, yeah, okay, so I think you're right on the number, so let's take it from there. We can go off the record for this. Just want to make sure I have the right document. So these are the two filed by email yesterday. Is that
correct?
And I think the only caveat I had with these is that we used the versions that were filed on IRF, so they should have this. So this page should have the IRF stamp on it, and then there'll be a cover page before that. So same thing with the second document.
I apologize. I circulated the wrong copies. Do you want me to recirculate the IRFed documents?
Oh, did you file them already?
They have been IRFed, yes.
As exhibits?
No, as data request responses.
Okay, so they need to be filed as exhibits now.
Yes.
Yeah. So you just want to use the IRF version as the basis for that exhibit. Okay, so these are from this witness. I see, to Paul Everett. Okay, great. Okay, so that looks good. All right, so let's get on the record.
Can I ask a quick question before you go on the record?
Yeah.
I have a question as well.
People have said Evert and Everett. Is it all Evert?
It's Everett.
But it's not. It's as it's spelled on the screen, correct?
It's EVERT.
Okay.
Yes,
thank you.
Got his name right. Yeah, on the screen. Yeah.
Just making sure. Thank you.
Yeah. So I'm just going to ask for objections. Is that where we're headed?
I just a question on processing. This is going to be Mr. Everett's Exhibit 9. With the court's permission, I'll work with Vanessa. I prefer that we upload the document as it's our exhibit. I recognize she's offering it, but it would seem awkward to me.
Okay, yeah, if you want to work that out, that's fine. It's just due 3 days after the hearing. Either way, it's perfectly legitimate for her to file, but if you want to do it, this makes it easier for them, I suppose. Okay, so on the record, we have identified the exhibit Everett 9, and I think we've described it. Description's already on the record. So do you have any objections?
No objections.
Not hearing any. Yeah. So it's in the record. Just need to have that filed within the window for post-hearing for exhibits offered and received at the hearing. Okay, so that's in. Any other questions from the town?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Everett, there's been discussion in the record in each of these dockets about the property at 1919 County Highway U. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's the property that Howard purchased and annexed into Howard, right?
Yes.
In these dockets, we've referred to that as the Howard property, correct?
Correct.
You were the administrator at the time of Howard's purchase and annexation of the Howard property, is that right?
Yes.
And the Howard property is developed with a single family home?
Yes, and a couple outbuildings.
Okay. Before these dockets were opened, is it correct that Howard began leasing that home?
Yes.
Who did Howard lease it to?
The Endress, the next door neighbors.
What was the name of the person it was leased to?
Well, we don't have a formal written lease, but it's Deanna and Lee Endress live directly next to it.
After the case started, there were 2 more properties that were petitioned to be annexed to Howard. Is that correct?
Yes.
And one of those properties is 1891 County Highway U. Is that right?
That's right.
That's also been identified in the record as tax parcel number PI 598-4. Is that right?
Yes.
And that property, the 1891 County Highway U property, that's also owned by Deanna and Benjamin L. Endress. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So the Endresses, Deanna and Benjamin L. Endress, own both the 1891 County Highway U property and they lease the Howard property.
Correct.
Is Benjamin L. Endress also known as Lee Endress?
Yes.
So am I correct that Howard rents the Howard property to the Endresses? That's correct?
For now, yes.
And then Lee and Deanna Endress's property at 1891 County Highway U is one of the two properties that was recently annexed into Howard.
Yes.
The other property that was recently petitioned to annex to Howard is identified as tax parcel number PI 598. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that property is owned by W1944 Pearl Street LLC. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Ryan D. Crumrie, Krumrie, is the authorized signatory of W1944 Pearl Street LLC. Is that right?
Yes.
In your response to the second interrogatory in the Town of Pittsfield second data request, so on the page that we have pulled up here, you state that you spoke with Wade Mickelay about Howard's interest in having the property that Mr. Mickelay was purchasing from Henry White on a land contract annexed into the village. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this property that Mr. Mickelay was purchasing from Mr. White, that's the parcel identified as PI 598. Is that correct?
Yes.
Which is now owned by W1944 Pearl Street LLC.
Yes.
Is Robert Gagan the Village of Howard's attorney?
Yes, he is.
Can we look at the page in the document production labeled ending in Bates label 6754?
Is that the other data request response?
Yes. Toward the end.
It's convenient for you, Your Honor. It's PDF page 85.
Thank you.
Is that right? The right one?
That's correct. At the top.
Okay.
On June 13th, 2024, Mr. Crumrie emailed Mr. Gagan regarding the petition for annexation of the property owned by W1944 Pearl Street. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then in this email, Mr. Crumrie references an attachment that's a draft land contract transferring ownership of tax parcel PI 598 from W1944 Pearl Street LLC to the Village of Howard. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in this email, Mr. Crumrie asks for confirmation on behalf of Wade Mickelay that the village is willing to reimburse the land contract payments. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So at the same time that tax parcel number PI 598 was being petitioned to
I'm sorry. Can you say tax parcel number again?
I apologize. PI 598. So at the same time that parcel was being petitioned to annex into Howard, Howard was in talks with the owner of that parcel to take over payments of a land contract. Is that correct?
The two attorneys were yes. This has never been to our village board.
Okay, thank you. In your earlier testimony today, you referenced some commercial and industrial development in Howard. Does Howard have any executed development agreements for that referenced industrial or commercial development?
No, not at this time.
With respect to annexation, who makes decisions regarding what properties would be annexed into the Village of Howard?
The village board.
Thanks. No further questions.
Okay, other cross? Okay, all right, redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right. Thanks very much. You're excused.
Hold on, I was on mute.
Oh, okay, sorry.
My bad.
More cross then.
Thought I
Okay.
got lucky. Jeez.
Yeah, I know. I was looking at the clock there.
Good morning, Mr. Everett. Barely.
Morning.
You stated in direct testimony that the water project is not hasty. Is that correct?
No, it's not.
Isn't it true that you accelerated the project because of concerns about the town of Pittsfield possibly connecting to a Pulaski system?
Well, we needed to get the loop to a certain extent over as far as Glendale Avenue. So there are different portions of the project. But it wasn't so much the Pulaski project, it was just our general intention to grow that caused the additional extension up to the home that Howard annexed in.
And the acquisition of that home and the decision to apply to construct the water main up to that home was done faster than you expected because of concerns about Pittsfield connecting to the Pulaski water system. Is that correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Yeah.
Overruled.
We definitely, well, we wanted to make it part of the application that we planned in the first place, simply because we're doing it all at once.
Okay. You and Mr. Farr had discussed the cost by email back in December of 2022 to extend Howard's water main to connection point 2. Do you recall that?
I do recall discussing that with him, not so much the email, but yes, discussing that with him.
Sure. And do you recall that you and Mr. Farr estimated that the cost for Howard to run the water main from its existing location on Glendale Avenue to connection point 2 would be approximately $4.6 million?
At a mile, $1 million a mile, that sounds about right.
Did you see the public comment filed today by Jeff Meacham?
No, I did not.
No, Jeff Meacham was a Pittsfield resident that you had communications with about possibly annexing into the village of Howard. Is that correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Meacham is a person who Howard was not able to woo into annexing. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
I have no further questions.
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right. Just wanted to clarify, so the public comment, it's in the Pulaski docket, is that right?
I
have it here.
That's correct.
I believe that's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, and okay, so that's good enough. I think we'll just leave it at that. All right, so no other cross, no redirect. There was no redirect. Is that right? I think I heard
Correct.
that. Okay, great. All right, so let's move on.
Can we take a bathroom break?
I haven't heard from the court reporter yet. Let me see. Let me just check where we are. I guess I have to do that, right? If someone calls for bathroom break. Before it was like, yeah, let's just do a 10-minute break, and
Sure.
we're going to be taking a while here, possibly after. Well, let's just, all right, let's go off the record for a sec. So definitely have the applicant witnesses still, the Howard witnesses still to go. How much cross are we looking for the town witnesses?
I'll have some, Your Honor, but if we're talking about the town of Pittsfield,
Yes.
minimal. It's always my goal, minimal.
Yes.
And then I may have one or two questions for commission staff.
All right. Well,
Still TBD.
Let's take a quick break, and I think we'll take a slightly longer break after we're finished with Howard. So let's just do a real 10 minutes. And so I'll hold you to 12:10, and then we'll give you a little bit more after we're done with the applicant.
Eric, you're not muted, just so you know.
All right, so it's 12:10. Thanks everyone for getting back quick. I think we should be ready to go here. We just need to call the next Howard witness.
Yes, Your Honor, this is Alex Peterson from the Village of Howard.
Right.
Are we on the record?
We have a witness ready?
Yeah, we'd like to call Dennis Staven,
Okay.
Howard witness. I'll note though, he's only filed testimony in the Howard dockets.
Right, okay. Yeah, so let's get on the record. There we go. Let's see, raise your right hand. I see you there. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Oh, sorry, you're muted. I can fix that here. I got it. So just go ahead with your answer.
Yes, I do.
Okay, perfect. Thanks.
Mr. Staven, did you cause to be filed a rebuttal testimony and one exhibit in docket numbers 2620 CW 104 and 2620 WI 100?
Yes, I did.
And if asked those same questions today, would you provide the same answers?
Yes, I would.
Do you have any modifications to your testimony or exhibits?
No, I do not.
And is the testimony and exhibit you caused to be filed true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and understanding?
Yes, it is.
No further questions. The witness is available for cross.
Any questions?
Just one real briefly, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mr. Staven, would you agree that it's important for a water system to be designed to meet fire flow requirements?
Yes, I would.
No further questions.
Okay. Any other cross? How about redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thanks very much. You're excused. All right, next witness.
Village of Howard calls Gary Rosenbeck to the stand.
Okay. Raise your right hand. I'm going to unmute you. I can do that here. Yeah. All right. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. Go ahead.
Mr. Rosenbeck, did you cause to be filed in docket 4890 CW 102 direct rebuttal and surrebuttal testimony and 8 exhibits?
Let's see, in what docket? 48? One docket, it was 7 exhibits and the other was 8. In
It was 8.
It was 7, I believe, in 4890. 4690.
I believe, Your Honor, can we go off the record?
Yeah, let's go.
I believe we have 8 exhibits from Mr. Rosenbeck in each of the dockets, but I'm going to pull up the charts.
Yes, I have.
I have 7 in front of me.
Okay. Yeah, I do have 8 listed in all 3 dockets, but I only have rebuttal on my list, and
in 20.
But we.
In 4890, we have direct rebuttal and surrebuttal. And in the 2620 dockets, we have rebuttal.
Okay, so 49.
I believe that's correct. Confirming now.
That's what I have as well.
Yes. So I'm going to start this again, Your Honor. Are we on the record?
Yes, let's get on.
Mr. Rosenbeck, did you cause to be filed in docket 4890 CW 102 direct rebuttal, surrebuttal testimony, and 8 exhibits?
Yes, sir.
And then dockets 2620 CW 104 and 2620 WI 100, did you cause to be filed rebuttal testimony in 8 exhibits?
Yes, sir, I did.
If asked those same questions, would you give the same answers today?
Yes, sir, I would.
And do you have any changes or modifications to your pre-filed testimony or exhibits?
I do not.
And are the exhibits and testimony true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Rosenbeck, do you have sir rebuttal to provide in these dockets?
Yes, sir, I do.
In a sir rebuttal testimony in docket number 4890, CW 102 at pages 2 and 3, Joshua Stefik on behalf of the Village of Pulaski indicates that you misunderstand the Pulaski project and the existing Pulaski system. Is that accurate?
No. Mr. Stefik suggests that the Pulaski system will not operate its pumps on a continuous basis. This contradicts the mode of operation that's provided in the state of Wisconsin DNR's November 30th, 2023 Water System Project Plan and Specification Approval Letter as provided in my exhibit number 5. That Wisconsin DNR letter, approval letter, states that booster pump 3 will be operated and used to maintain set discharge pressures in the pipeline when booster pumps 1 and 2 are not in operation. There's further evidence in that approval letter, which states that a pressure control valve is provided at the Pulaski village limits to reduce incoming pressure to the Pulaski system from 100 PSI to less than 70 PSI. Additionally, as I have already testified to, it makes no engineering sense to operate a system with limited or no in-system storage as being proposed in this design. That is also why his criticism of Stephen Kemna's critique of the project is misguided. A supply system designed to supply water capacity to meet the maximum day demand in combination with in-system storage with booster pumping is not only a typical system design, but in this case would allow for a much smaller pipeline as Mr. Kemna.
I'm sorry, Mr. Rosenbeck. Excuse me. I don't know if it was my computer or yours, but you cut out. Within booster pump is not a, and then if you could continue from there.
No. States that booster pump number 3 will be used, operated.
Mr. Rosenbeck, please start the last sentence of your of the sir rebuttal.
The last sentence. Oh, I'm sorry. A supply system designed to supply water capacity to meet the maximum day demand in combination with in-system storage with booster pumping is not only a typical system design, but in this case would allow for a much smaller pipeline, as Mr. Kemna suggests.
Does this conclude your sir rebuttal testimony?
Yes, sir.
Witness is available for cross-examination.
We have questions?
Mr. Rosenbeck, this is Brian Cahill. You just read portions of Exhibit 5 to your testimony. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that was a document prepared by the Wisconsin DNR?
Yes, sir.
What you read about the operation of the system, that was written by DNR staff, is that correct?
It was written by a DNR staff, yes.
You've never spoke with Mr. Stefik or anyone at Robert E. Lee about the design and function of the system as designed, is that correct?
I have not.
Beyond what you read there, is that the full extent of your knowledge about how those pumps are intended to operate?
Yes, I searched the docket and the exhibits looking for an engineering report that would help me understand it better, but I found none of that, so I had to rely entirely on this document.
In your direct testimony, on page 8, you state that you do not believe that groundwater supply is the best solution for Pulaski. Why is that?
Why it is a viable option? when a community has availability of a Lake Michigan supply from not only one, but two potential sources, I would encourage that community to exhaust the opportunity presented to them over groundwater.
And why do you prefer the lake water solution to the groundwater solution for Pulaski?
The lake water option provides a water of less hardness and typically less treatment with regards to iron and manganese.
And you have been active and working designing water systems in Brown County in the Green Bay area for decades, safe to say?
Since the early 80s, yes.
Okay. And you are familiar with the wells and the groundwater systems that the communities who now take water from Central Brown County water had before they converted to lake water, correct?
Yes, sir.
And those communities, groundwater is drawn from the St. Peter sandstone aquifer. Is that correct?
No, it is not. There's multiple aquifers, and St. Peter sandstone is one of them. In many cases, that aquifer is cased off to lower sandstones.
Okay. Is the aquifer that communities like Howard, well 2 and 3 draw water from the same aquifer as that from which Pulaski draws water from?
In one case, because I understand from looking at the well logs in Pulaski that one well is only 300 feet deep and it terminates in the St. Peter sandstone, where the other well is almost feet and it terminates in the lower Cambrian sandstone.
Okay.
And so it is that well that is similar to the Howard 2 wells, not the other one.
Can I just ask real quick? Terminates into St. Peter sandstone, where the other well is almost how many feet?
780 feet.
Okay, because you cut out with the number. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
So Pulaski's deeper well is in the same aquifer as the Howard wells.
That's what I understand, yes.
Okay. And if Pulaski were to have to install a third well, that third well would be in that deeper aquifer as well, correct?
I would think so, because it has a capacity significantly greater than the shallow well.
Now, the aquifer and the 2 wells in Howard, both those wells have water levels that exceed the primary water quality standard for radium. Is that correct?
They are close. I'm not exactly sure how much they're over, but there are exceedances in one of those 2 wells. I'm not sure it's both.
You prepared an evaluation of emergency water supply options for Central Brown County Water back in August of.
I did.
Yep. And in that document, you prepared there was a table that was table 7 that listed the exceedances in Howard. Do you recall that?
I do.
And do you recall that table showing that both well 2 and well 3 in Howard exceeded the primary water quality standard for radium?
If it shows that on the table, then I'd have to assume that I prepared that table. So if I had it in front of me,
is that an exhibit?
I could verify that, but
Your Honor, it is filed. It is filed in IRF if we want to refresh his recollection.
It's a data response?
Yes, I can give you the PSC reference number.
Hang on a second. Okay, go ahead.
It is 488-522. Mr. Rosenbeck, is this the study that you prepared for Central Brown County Water?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, it's going to be PDF page 16 that we're interested in. Yep. And then the top couple of lines there show the results for Howard Wells 2 and 3. Is that correct?
Yes.
And according to table 7 anyway, both those wells are in excess of the primary exceedance levels. Got the terminology
That would be
wrong. I
correct.
apologize. Okay.
That'd be correct. Yes.
Okay.
Where would we see that?
You would see that under the column RA 226/228. You would add the two numbers presented there, and if the sum of those two were greater than 5, that would have had an exceedance of an MCL of 5 picocuries per liter.
Can we move on from here, or do we need this document still?
We can move on. Mr. Rosenbeck, you've been working with Central Brown County to address water main failures in its ductile iron pipes. Is that correct?
Yes.
Why has Central Brown County been studying ductile iron pipe corrosion issues?
There's actually only one section that I know of where a leak was detected, and the cause of the leak has never been really confirmed. So that's something that's under investigation as we speak.
And what's the length of that segment of the pipeline where or there's suspicions, or there have been at least one leak?
It's in the neighborhood of 20,000 feet.
Okay. And my understanding that Central Brown County has gone through an RFP process to try to understand the scope of this and what corrective actions might be taken. Is that correct?
Yes.
Has Central Brown County settled on a corrective action that will be implemented?
No, they have not.
Okay. Do you have any idea of the expected cost that might be associated with any corrective action?
I do not.
If Pulaski were a customer member of Central Brown County and addressing the corrosion issue required Central Brown County to incur debt, would Pulaski be responsible for a portion of those costs?
I don't see how this section of Maine that we're talking about is no part of the delivery system that would deliver water to Pulaski.
Okay. That's all the questions I have.
All right.
Oh, sorry, I misspoke. I have two more. I want to ask you about your Exhibit 4 to your testimony, which is your analysis of and cost estimates for various alternatives.
Yes, sir.
You have 4 cost alternatives, is that right?
I prepared 4 estimates for 4 different alternatives.
And alternatives 2, 3, and 4 all assume that Pulaski would connect to connection point 2, correct?
That was the basis of the assumption of supply point, yes.
And that's the sort of more northern and western of the two connection points?
It was the northern connection point that was offered in the Water Authority's proposal to Pulaski, yes.
And in that proposal to Pulaski, the Water Authority identified connection point 2 as, quote, speculative. Is that correct?
I don't recall that word being used.
Okay. The response would obviously speak for itself, you'd agree.
If I don't understand the question. I don't know that.
You're not disputing.
Offered, yeah. I'm not suggesting that I know that the proposal from the Water Authority had the word speculative in it.
You just don't recall.
I don't.
Okay. None of your cost estimates for alternatives 2, 3, or 4 include any costs for Howard to extend water main to connection point 2. Is that correct?
That's true.
And you did not prepare a cost estimate for connection point 1, which is the location of, I guess, the farthest reach of Howard's water main at Glendale Avenue and Marley Street. Is that right?
I did not know.
I have no further questions.
Okay. Other cross?
Good afternoon, Mr. Rosenbeck. My name is Evan Weitz. On behalf of the commission, I just have one quick question for you relating to your rebuttal in the 2620 CW 104. That's the Howard docket on page 24, if that's helpful to get there.
This is page 24 of my rebuttal.
Correct. Yep. In the
I have it in front of me. Yep.
So one of the questions there asks, how is the Howard water main extension that is the subject of this proceeding relevant to the CBCWA alternative? And you explain that the Howard water main extension can provide necessary services to Howard while also serving as a foundation for water service to Pulaski and Pittsfield should Pulaski choose to work with Howard and CBCWA on such service. So my question to you is, does that mean that the Howard water main extension project is sized in a fashion that it can deliver water to both existing Howard residents, I guess projected Howard growth, as well as Pulaski and Pittsfield?
I would say yes to that, and I would like to provide explanation for that, in that the supply would be delivered to meet Pulaski's normal system demand, which would not place excessive burden on a 16-inch water main, such that it is of capacity. If a 16-inch main sized for the demands of the Howard system, that is fire protection for commercial and industrial properties, can also supply, it would be sufficient to supply this normal system demand to Pulaski, in addition to those other system demands.
If there were an event such as an industrial fire that would necessitate that higher fire flow rate that you're saying this is sized for, would it still be able to then provide the service that Pulaski or Pittsfield would need?
Well, a normal system demand in Pulaski is somewhere around 200, 250 gallons a minute. So that would would suggest limited demand on the main. However, there are other alternatives, and the alternatives that we had presented in alternate 2, 3, and 4 in our cost analysis suggested that Pulaski put in-system storage in their community so they have a backup system and they have supply capacity in such an event. And plus, they also have their own well number 2, which has been documented as being 1,300 gallons a minute. So they have backup supply, and if they had storage in their system, this should be of no concern to them.
One last question then, turning back to the Howard Extension project. I sense that there's a difference between the normal demand, as you were just talking about, for example, with Pulaski, and peak or maximum fire flow demand, which would be an event necessitating a lot of water. What is the projected normal, I guess, demand for the Howard customers that would be on the water main extension project?
Your Honor, this is probably better suited for an upcoming witness.
Well, we can have him answer as best he can.
Okay.
I was going to say that Jeff Farr could speak to that directly, but it's predicated on the land use, on the building use type, and the square footage of the building types, the fire protection. Does it have a sprinklered system? These are all variables that will present a demand on the system that's required to protect the property. That's usually reviewed by their insurance carrier.
Okay. I guess my question was, outside of the fire flow needs, is there a projection for what the just ordinary water usage would be for this growth? And if you don't know, if that's maybe best left.
I wouldn't be able to speak to that. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
I just seek a little clarification about the testimony that's in front of us on the screen share. The witness's explanation about the Howard water main extension. I guess I just want to make sure I understand. Was this testimony filed before or after Howard changed the nature of the scope of the project? Haven't they scaled back on the project from the initial filing?
Yes, Your Honor. They scaled back in their second round of testimony in the Howard docket. I believe this was filed contemporaneously. This is in docket 4890 CW 102. It's Mr. Rosenbeck's rebuttal.
Right.
I'm sorry, the version I have doesn't have the earth date on it, unfortunately.
Mine has 621.
Thank you. So 621, that was filed.
Okay.
And then Mr. Farr in his rebuttal testimony on July 3rd, also on 621. So yes, they were contemporaneous.
And that's the 16-inch main is the
Correct.
current proposal.
Correct.
Okay, good. All right, thanks. Okay, so any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So I think we have all the, let's make sure, here we Farr still, right? Is that the last witness for Howard?
Yeah, Your Honor, this is Alex Peterson for the Village of Howard. We'd like to call Jeff Farr to the stand.
All right, go ahead. Let's see if I can find him. Raise your right hand. There you are. Well, do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, go ahead.
Mr. Farr, did you cause to be filed direct, rebuttal, and surrebuttal testimony, as well as 2 exhibits in docket numbers 2620 CW 104 and 2620 WI 100?
I did.
And did you cause to be filed direct testimony and 1 exhibit in docket number 4890 CW 102?
Yes.
And if asked those same questions today, would you provide the same answers?
Yes, I would.
Do you have any modifications to your testimony or exhibits?
No, I don't.
Is the testimony and are the exhibits you caused to be filed true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and understanding?
Yes, they are.
Mr. Farr, do you have any surrebuttal testimony to enter into the record today?
I do.
Keith denies for the town of Pittsfield at page 3 of his surrebuttal testimony in docket numbers 2620 CW 104 and 2620 WI 100 suggests that Pulaski can provide fire services in the vicinity of what has been referred to in these dockets as the Howard property, which is currently the northernmost property at the end of the first component of Howard's proposed water main extension. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is, but not at a level that is needed, and only if the Public Service Commission of Wisconsin approves the request to build the project that Pulaski is proposing, which, as we have shown, does not meet the certificate of authority criteria. I understand that the Pulaski project proposed one fire hydrant located approximately 800 feet south of the school, and another located approximately 500 feet north of the school. The hydrant north of the school will be limited in use because it is located between the Pulaski booster pumps and pressure control station with no storage. Fire flow at this hydrant will be met with surging as the Pulaski booster pumps ramp flow up and down to match fire flow demand changes. The ISO insurance services offices would not recognize this hydrant for fire use in the absence of adequate and reliable storage. The 1,500 gallons per minute available from the southern hydrant would not meet the needs to fight fire at the school or the church if the system was evaluated by ISO. An additional hydrant is located 1 mile to the north, but would require tanker hauling and again has no storage. The ability to fight fire at the Howard property, the Lanoy Elementary School property, and the nearby church is better met by the proposed Howard water main extension. Howard system built with adequate storage and multiple fire hydrants will provide the type of capacity necessary to fight a large fire at any of those locations. Pulaski's limited hydrant approach with inadequate storage will provide a lower volume option that in all likelihood will require tanker backup for any large fire. So if Pulaski builds their project as proposed, and despite its extraordinary cost, it will not provide adequate fire protection for these areas. Conversely, Howard's project, with an estimated 4% increase in rates as calculated by PSCW witness Kathy Butzloff in her rebuttal testimony, can do a better job at a less cost.
Mr. Denies for the town of Pittsfield at page 6 of his surrebuttal testimony in docket number 2620 CW 104 and 2620 WI 100 indicates that Pittsfield has not determined if Pittsfield residents will be required to take water from Pulaski if Pittsfield builds a distribution system in Pittsfield and then allows Pulaski to run that system. How do you respond?
As the manager of the water utility in Howard, I don't see any possible path to make economically viable the provision of water in Pittsfield without requiring properties that the system fronts to take water. Nor does this make any common sense. If Mr. Denny's is suggesting that he will let Pittsfield residents choose to take service, he will quickly have a stranded asset on his hands. Or Pulaski, if it owns the asset, will have the same problem. Utility revenues are needed to support new infrastructure and operational costs. Mr. Denny's proposal to leave open the possibility of an opt-in for property owners who are on a water line in Pittsfield suggests that Pittsfield has not fully thought this out.
Does this conclude your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. The witness is available for cross-examination.
Thanks. Who has questions?
Mr. Farr, hello. You acknowledge that Pulaski's water main through County Highway U and up to Pulaski is a transmission main, correct?
It is a transmission main, yes.
It's not a distribution main?
That is correct.
And the purpose of Pulaski's transmission main is first and foremost to serve and provide a clean, reliable, safe source of water for Pulaski?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Any other questions?
Good afternoon, Miss. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Go ahead, Evan.
Let's do the town first.
Thanks. This is Vanessa Wishart from the town of Pittsfield. I just have one question or a couple questions. Does the village, so the village requires property owners in the village to connect to water service when that's made available to the property. Is that correct?
Yes, it does.
Does the village permit property owners to make payments on that connection over an extended period of time?
Yes, that is the typical cost recovery method through special assessments.
And that's common among municipalities to allow connections over extended periods of time, or to allow payment for water connections over extended periods of time.
Yes, and sometimes even at no interest.
Thank you. No other questions.
Commissioner Staff?
Good afternoon, Mr. Farr. This is Evan Weiss from the commission. Were you present earlier, or did you hear the questions I asked of witness Rosenbeck?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so I just wanted to follow up with you as to, I guess, the one unresolved question. For the Howard water main extension project, do you have an estimate as to what the, I guess, normal demand would be from those current Howard properties that would be served by that extension?
Yes, it would be relatively small, under 100 gallons a minute initially.
And is that both just existing, or is that also including the projected growth that I've seen reference to in the testimony?
That would just be the initial growth, the current load or demand. Certainly, as the pipelines extensions grow and into Pittsfield and are serving additional properties, that would increase significantly.
Okay. And as part of the, I guess, existing or initial growth, as you termed it, is that assuming that some of those parcels that were annexed but have not yet been developed would be developed, or what goes into that estimate?
Are you referring to the initial?
Correct. The 100, less than 100 gallons per minute estimate.
Oh yeah. The initial development will be very low. I mean, water demand in a water system for regular domestic use is relatively small as compared to the fire demand that would be placed on a water main. So those are always very low in comparison to fighting fire.
And as far as that higher fire demand, I think some of the testimony was that that would be based off of if there were industrial developments that necessitated that higher fire flow. Is that correct?
Yeah, typically multifamily, commercial, industrial are going to have much higher fire flow demands.
And those are projected developments that are not in existence as we speak right now. Is my understanding correct?
No, there are definitely commercial industrial properties currently in Howard, and the roughly 100 acres to the south into Howard is projected for commercial industrial as purchased by the shoe owners.
And just in terms of numbers, so how many existing buildings, I guess, are in existence close to this extension?
There'd be at least 2 commercial industrial type of facilities.
Do you know which ones those are?
I believe they're both owned by Insight in some fashion.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Okay, any redirect?
Can I ask one follow-up?
Oh, yeah, sure, go ahead.
Thank you. So you were, again, discussing some commercial and industrial development in Howard. Is there any commercial or industrial development in Howard north between on County Highway U between Glendale Avenue and the Howard property?
In Pittsfield? Yes, there
in
are.
Howard.
No, not in Howard, not at this time. There was one property that was just recently annexed. I believe that includes the mini storage warehousing. I'm not sure if that's a separate parcel, but that certainly has could have a significant fire load in there as well. But I'm not sure if that's part of that annex property or not.
You've previously testified that the two properties that were recently petitioned to annex one is a residential property currently, and the other is undeveloped, but has potential for a housing subdivision. Is that correct?
Your Honor, could I just ask to pull up that portion of the testimony for the?
I'm sorry, who's speaking?
This is Alex Peterson from the
I'm
Village
sorry.
Bar.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Where did you where's that statement made on the record?
Sure, one moment.
Sure.
I apologize. That may have been in Mr. Evert's testimony. Let me direct you to. Can I direct you to the exhibit that we recently introduced that was Evert 9?
Okay. So off the record, is that the letter from?
It's the data request response. So I'm looking at the document that includes the document production.
So the one that's bait stamped? So
Yes.
let me just show you. We discussed. This one.
Yes, and I apologize. Let me just find the right page. We look at the page that's base stamp 6683.
Okay, so are we ready then?
So this is the annexation review questionnaire for the two parcels that have been petitioned to annex recently to the Village of Howard. Is that correct?
I believe that is. It's the first time I'm seeing it.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, this is not an exhibit in this case.
This is what we just made as an exhibit.
My apologies. My apologies.
I believe so. Yeah, I hope that's the case.
Can you see, Mr. Farr, under number 6, where it states that if the territory is undeveloped, what is the anticipated use? Do you see that section?
I believe section 8 there is it referring to?
Section 6 and section 8, I suppose, but I'm looking at section 6 first.
Oh, okay, sure.
And that indicates that the anticipated use is 100% residential. Do you see that?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
And then do you see in section 8, what is the nature of land use adjacent to this territory in the city or village? Do you see that section?
I do.
And that indicates that the nature of land use is residential. Is that correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, and this came in as Everett 9. Is that's what I recall?
That's correct.
Didn't
No, Your Honor, this was the document. I'm not going to object to it being introduced, but there were two documents that I sent over yesterday. And then I said I was going to make only one of them the exhibit, and that was the one we've already made as Everett 9.
So, I'm sorry. I may have gotten the
Everett 9
is
the
Everett 8 is the document that was introduced by the village, by Howard, the MBR document.
I'm sorry, the what document?
MBR, I think was my, or we can, well. MBBR, I was calling it, that's Everett 8. But we did mark, and I believe we accepted these two data request responses that came in earlier, also from from
Yeah,
Everett.
my apologies.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm
okay.
confusing things. My
We
apologies.
I failed to write it down. So that those two documents will be Everett 9. The two data request documents that were sent on my email yesterday.
That's my understanding.
Yes. Okay.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay.
So just for my understanding, Your Honor, so that what was just on the screen is in the data request responses that Attorney Wishart introduces exhibit 9, Everett exhibit 9 today.
That's correct.
That's right. Okay.
Yes. Those are the attachments. So if you're looking at this page on the screen, that's I guess will end up being the first page of Everett 9, and it's attached to this document is the second PDF with these bait stamp documents. So those will be. Yeah, I don't think I was clear. So those are both on IRF as filed separately. But we need to introduce them as exhibits now. Right now they're on IRF's data requests. So really there's two ways that you could do this. You could copy it over again and attach a cover page. Or you can make a document like an application document that just links the original IRF filings. And in that way offers it as an exhibit. You do it either way. But I think we want one exhibit with both of these documents connected, offered together as Everett 9.
Understood. I'll work with Attorney Wishart on that.
Right, you're gonna do that. Okay. I forgot. Okay. Yeah, great. Okay, so that was questions for FAR. Any other cross before we move to redirect? Okay, so any redirect now?
Yeah, just a couple of quick questions, Your Honor. Mr. Farr, if you'll recall, you just recently testified in your rebuttal testimony that the Howard water main extension could adequately fight fires at not only the Howard property, but the local elementary school and church nearby the Howard property. Is that accurate?
Yes, you can definitely do a better job than from the transmission main.
And so if there was a fire at one of those facilities, would that require similar fire flow to a commercial or industrial property that was a part of the line of questioning of Attorney Wishart?
Are you referring to the property being annexed?
I'm just referring to if there was a fire to break out at one of the elementary school that nearby or that church, would the fire flow needed to fight that fire from the Howard water main extension require similar fire flows that would be needed to fight a fire at a commercial or industrial property?
Yes, it'd be very similar, though. Those are relatively large square footage buildings, wood framing. They're definitely going to have a good sized fire demand.
And were you available during the source rebuttal testimony of Howard witness Paul Ebert? Did you listen to that testimony today?
I did.
And do you agree with his statements in his testimony that there are existing commercial industrial type properties in the area of the Howard water main extension?
Absolutely.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right. Thanks very much. You're excused. We have FAR, and that's the balance of the Howard witnesses in all dockets. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right. So I promised to break. Let's break until 1:30.
And anything?
And then we'll take over, take time for the town and commission staff.
Your Honor, if I could just raise one issue for maybe the parties to think about over the break.
We do this
commission.
On
We don't need to be on the record.
Okay, that's okay. No, right.
Commission and staff witness Butzlaff has a conflict at 2:45. So I don't know if parties know whether they might have cross for her or not. But maybe the parties could think about it over the lunch break, and if not, we could call her quickly so that she can make that appointment.
Yeah, like we could just take her next.
Sounds great. Thank you.
That's fine. Okay, great, thanks. All right, 1:30, we'll see you then. All right, just about time to start. So we're going to take witness Putzlaff first. We have her there. Everything unmuted now. All right. So do we have witness Putzlaff available?
I think so. And also, Your Honor, if possible, if we could take witness Elmer too. I don't know if the parties would have an objection to that, but.
Oh, yeah, there might be some questions for that witness. Let's see. All right, well, let's get on the record. Yes, I'm looking for witness Putzlaff. You're there.
I'm here.
Oh, there you are. Still don't. Is your camera on?
Yes, I turned my camera on. I just thought 4 hours or so would be enough blocked off for the hearing if I needed to leave at 2:45.
That's okay. I'm glad we can get you in here. So, all right, let me swear you in. So raise your right hand. You swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Putzlaff. What is your position with the Public Service Commission of Wisconsin?
I'm the audit manager in the Division of Water Utility Regulation and Analysis.
And did you file or cause to be filed direct rebuttal and surrebuttal testimony in the Howard docket 2620 CW 104?
Yes, I did.
And are the statements and representations in that testimony that you filed in this case true and correct?
Yes, they are.
Do you have any additions or modifications to your testimony that you would like to make at this time?
I do not.
Thank you. With that, the witness is available for cross.
All right, are there any questions? No, hearing none. Thanks very much. You're excused.
Thank you.
All right, so I'm not sure if Elmer, there are questions for Elmer. I thought there may be.
Can I just ask, is Mr. Callisto here?
Well, I don't see Attorney Callisto. I think Alex Peterson would be.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Witness, right?
I just wanted to make sure.
So let me just ask you, Attorney Peterson, I think it was Attorney Callisto that might have had a question for witness Elmer. Is that, did I recall that?
Yeah, let me get in touch with him. He might just be running a minute late here.
I think we're gonna. You may just have to move on. Oh,
yeah.
Okay, he's on in the waiting room.
Okay.
Join him.
We don't need witness Putzlaff back, do we?
Oh, no, I don't think so. So Attorney Callisto, I see we just rejoined you to the hearing. If you can hear us, we just had a quick question. I think you may be the best.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, great. So staff is asking if Stephen Elmer can go and if we can take that witness now. I think I recall correctly, you may have had a question for that witness.
Yeah, the only person I have questions for in terms of staff at this point is Mr. Kemna.
Okay, all right. So, all right. So if there's no concern about that, we'll take Elmer now too.
Thank you.
All right.
Commission staff would call Stephen Elmer.
All right, great. Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
All right.
Mr. Eller, could you please introduce yourself and explain your position with the Public Service Commission?
My name is Stefan Elmer. I'm an advanced public utility auditor in the water section of the PSC.
And did you file or cause to be filed direct and rebuttal testimony in one exhibit in docket 4890 CW 102?
Yes.
Are the statements and representations in the testimony and exhibit that you filed true and correct?
Yes.
And do you have any additions or modifications that you would like to make to either that testimony or exhibit at this time?
No.
Thank you. Mr. Elmer is available for any cross.
Any questions for the witness? No? All right. Thanks very much. You're excused. All right, so let's move back to our regular scheduled program here, the Town of Pittsfield witnesses.
Thanks, Your Honor. The Town of Pittsfield calls Keith Denies.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, go ahead.
Would you please state and spell your full name?
My name is Keith Denies, Deneys.
What is your current position?
I'm the town chair for the Township of Pittsfield.
Did you file or cause to be filed direct testimony, rebuttal testimony, and rebuttal testimony in docket numbers 2620 CW 104, 2620 WI 100, and 4890 CW 102?
Yes, I did.
If I asked you here under oath the questions that are included in your pre-filed testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
And did you offer into evidence exhibits marked denies 1 through 3 in docket number 4890 CW 102 and exhibits marked denies 1 through 4 in docket numbers 2620 CW 104 and 2620 WI 100?
Yes, I did.
To your knowledge, are those exhibits true and correct?
Yes.
Do you have sir rebuttal testimony that you wish to offer?
Yes, I do.
Have you reviewed the sir rebuttal testimony of witness Paul Everett in the 4890 CW 102 docket?
Yes, I have.
At pages 2 to 3 of his rebuttal testimony, Mr. Everett discusses the boundary agreement that Howard proposed to the town. Mr. Everett states that the proposed boundary agreement was not intended to be a final offer. What was your understanding of the town's discussions with Howard regarding the proposed boundary agreement?
During a joint meeting between the town, the village of Howard, and the village of Pulaski to discuss the possibility of the town receiving water service, Howard proposed a boundary agreement that, as I previously testified, would have encompassed approximately 1/3 of the town. In response, I commented that I did not believe the town board would agree to a boundary agreement that extended north of Maple in the town. My impression from that meeting was that the boundary agreement Howard had proposed was the only one they were willing to make. When I approached the town board with Howard's offer, they were not willing to agree to such an extensive boundary line. Howard has never brought any alternative boundary lines offers to the town. After the town became aware that Pulaski was evaluating multiple options for water service, including service through Hobart, the town determined that it would make sense to investigate the potential for getting water through Pulaski.
Does this conclude your sir rebuttal testimony?
Yes, it does.
Thanks. The witness is available for cross.
All right, any questions? Let's start with Village of Pulaski.
No questions, Your Honor.
Village of Howard.
I do have some, Your Honor. Thank you. Mr. Denies, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Let's start here where your attorney just left off. On the boundary agreement that was proposed by Howard, I understand that to be your primary objection to working with Howard on water at the time that you were having those discussions. Is that correct?
It was a substantial issue.
And I just heard you say that the town of Pittsfield was not open to a boundary agreement that would have been north of Maple Street. Is that correct?
At that time, yes.
So is it fair to say that the town of Pittsfield is open to a boundary agreement in the future with the village of Howard that approximates what you just described?
It would be irresponsible for me not to evaluate a suggestion that would be brought forth in the future.
At this point, you don't have a suggestion for how that boundary agreement would be designed?
We had some, and during the initial boundary agreement discussions, there were some initial outlines. I would have to go back and refer to that. That's not part of this testimony or any of these dockets. I would think that we would look to go back to similar agreements or similar outline.
And what were the terms of that outline as you recall them?
I do not recall. It was a document that was put together and shared between the three different municipalities as an outline.
And under an assumption that you could get agreement with the village of Howard on that or on a boundary agreement, does the town of Pittsfield remain open to the possibility of working with Howard on the provision of water to the town of Pittsfield?
As I stated in my previous answer, it would be irresponsible for me, one member of a three-member board, not to evaluate any proposal that comes forward.
I understand from your testimony in this case that it is currently the town of Pittsfield's position that they intend to take water from the village of Pulaski. Is that right?
We are evaluating that prospect.
And where do you stand in that evaluation besides the MOU that you have with them that is part of this record?
To clarify what you're asking.
Well, you said that you're evaluating. I want to understand what evaluation is going on right now above and beyond the MOU that is part of the record in this case.
We would need to look at any number of different things, including, but not limited to cost, impact, tax rates, water rates, those type of issues that would come into play as to whether or not it would be fiscally responsible to take on that endeavor.
And it's correct that you don't have a final agreement with Pulaski at this point?
No, sir.
Do you have a timeline for that beyond the summer of 2024, which is what you said in your testimony?
No, sir.
What approvals are still necessary from the town of Pittsfield to build what you've described as areas 1 and 2 in the Pittsfield utility distribution system?
The issue would have to be brought forward to the town board for discussion and decision.
Can I direct you to your direct testimony, please? Page 5, docket 4890, CW 102. And it's the ALJ has put that up on the screen. Could you please read the question and answer that begins on line 6?
On line 6, what is the timeline for the town's construction of water infrastructure in the town necessary to interconnect with the Pulaski transmission facilities? Pittsfield is prepared to move forward with plans for and approvals necessary to begin constructions of area 1 and 2 of the town water facilities as illustrated in the water service master plan provided by X-Top Willis-2.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm reading kind of fast. I apologize.
That's okay. You just said provided by
EX.
Oh,
okay. EX dash TOP dash Willis-2 as soon as Pulaski receives authorization from the commission for the Pulaski application.
Thank you. And in the language in your answer, quote, Pittsfield is prepared to move forward, end quote. Who do you mean by Pittsfield in that answer?
Pittsfield would be the town.
And do you mean the town board has represented this prepared to move forward with plans for and approvals necessary to begin construction? Or is that your own preference to move forward with those plans?
The town board, if it decides to move forward, is prepared to move forward with plans for and approvals necessary, if that decision were to be made.
So to confirm, the town board would have to vote again on at least the approval to begin building in areas 1 and 2, correct?
That is correct.
Did the town board review your testimony before it was filed in this case?
No, sir.
You're aware that Stephen Kemna, on behalf of commission staff in the Pulaski docket that's before the commission right now, has indicated that if the project is approved under the estimate that was provided by your own witnesses, it would lead to a 228% increase in rates and make the Pulaski water rates the most expensive rates in the state of Wisconsin?
I have heard that, yes.
Do you have any reason to disagree with his analysis?
I have no reason to disagree with that.
And you would agree that if Pittsfield connected to the Pulaski system and had and accept service of water from Pulaski to Pittsfield residents, there would be at least 2 components to the costs that your customers are going to pay. The first is the rates as set by Pulaski, and the second is the cost of the infrastructure that Pittsfield must build to serve those customers. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
And so the cost to build the system in Pittsfield are not currently included in the costs for the Pulaski CA, correct?
It is not part of this CA, no. The Pulaski, the Pittsfield, any Pittsfield project is not part of this CA.
But you agree the cost of the system that Pittsfield has to build to serve its residents from Pulaski would fall on the shoulders of Pulaski residents?
No.
Excuse me, Pittsfield residents.
Yes.
And that would be incremental to the rates that Pulaski is going to charge Pittsfield residents for water.
That's dependent upon how it is spread or how the town board decides to spread that cost.
What's your understanding of how Pittsfield will finance and allocate the costs of the infrastructure it needs to serve Pittsfield residents Pulaski water?
Would you restate the question, please?
Can I have a read back, please?
Let's read it back.
Question, what's your understanding of how Pittsfield will finance and allocate the costs of the infrastructure it needs to serve Pittsfield residents Pulaski water?
Pittsfield would have to take out a loan to cover those costs.
And that loan would ultimately be financed by municipal debt, correct?
Yes, sir.
And to recover the costs of the debt incurred by the town of Pittsfield, You'd have to get that from somebody, correct?
That is correct.
Is there anybody other than town of Pittsfield residents who you believe you could recover the cost of those debts from?
No, sir.
Have the members of your community been informed of the likely increase that includes the 220% increase that will be assessed to Pulaski, and then assessed to Pittsfield as part of the service of water, plus the additional cost to build the Pittsfield system?
We have not outlined all of the costs because we're not sure of all of the costs yet. I know that a public comment was made by a resident bringing up the rate that you noted at a public meeting.
Are you going to advocate for an ordinance in the town of Pittsfield to require a mandatory hookup for utility infrastructure that fronts Pittsfield property?
That is a possibility.
I'd like you to assume that that does not happen. That Pittsfield does not have an ordinance that requires mandatory hookup by Pittsfield properties that are fronted by water main. You understand that hypothetical for the moment?
Yes, I do, sir.
I'd like you to further add to the hypothetical that 50% of the population in Pittsfield that are fronted by this new main decide not to join the water utility and continue to get water from their well. Still with me?
I'm with you, sir.
How is the full cost of that infrastructure going to be paid when 50% of the people or the properties that it fronts decide not to participate in the water utility service?
That may go on to the general obligation debt.
No further questions.
Hey, any other cross?
May I ask a couple follow-ups?
Yeah, sure.
Good afternoon, Mr. Denies. Brian
Good
Cahill,
afternoon.
attorney for Pulaski. At the time that the town was considering a boundary agreement, you said the farthest north that would possibly be palatable was at Maple Drive. Is that right?
That is correct.
And Maple Drive is less than half a mile from the current northernmost boundary of the village of Howard. Is that accurate?
I would say that's accurate. I don't have the exact measurement.
And Maple Drive is quite some distance from County Highway U, correct?
That is correct.
Probably close to 1.5 miles from County U.
Yes, I guess for a point of clarification, what we were discussing is that as a northern border, not as just a general area.
Understood. And Maple Drive runs east-west, as does County Highway U.
Maple Drive runs east-west. County Trunk Highway U runs north-south.
I'm sorry, I said County Trunk U. I meant Coonish Road.
Coonish Road?
Yes. That runs east-west.
Yes.
And the location of connection point 2 that Howard had proposed was at near the intersection of Coonish Road and County Highway U.
That is correct.
And so Coonish Road is 1.5 miles north of Maple Drive, approximately.
Yes, and I believe Mr. Everett stated that it was probably 4 miles for a connection.
Okay.
In his testimony.
No further questions.
Okay, any more cross? No? All right, redirect.
Thank you. Is the town evaluating options for how it might finance construction of a water distribution system in the town?
Yes.
As part of that analysis, is the town looking at low interest loans as well as potential principal forgiveness?
Yes.
And did the town establish recently a utility district?
Yes, we did.
is the town evaluating whether financing might, whether the town might investigate options for financing within that utility district?
It would be part of that totality of that investigation, yes.
Would any boundary agreement with Howard going forward need to be approved by the town board?
Yes.
No further questions.
All right. I was just curious, maybe I'm not understanding everything completely, but I think the initial answers that witness Denny's gave to Attorney Callisto's questions was that the cost of construction that the town would undertake would ultimately, if not collected in any other way, go to the general tax roll. But there's also, and I guess that's that would be any amounts that would not, where the principal would not be forgiven. I just heard him answer on redirect that they'd be seeking principal forgiveness for loans due to the cost of construction. So I just wanted to clarify exactly what costs they anticipate would be recovered by customers or by residents if it's minus any loan forgiveness. Is that correct?
Would you restate what you're asking?
Yeah,
I guess
just
I'm
new
I'm a little
information.
a little confused by
Just
that. I
trying to
apologize.
think it through here. So it seemed like there's new information on redirect that you'd be seeking principal forgiveness of any loans due to cost of construction. Is that right?
I guess what I'm stating is that we haven't eliminated any option, including if there was going to be principal forgiveness or not.
Okay. So I'm not familiar with how that would work. Would that be a?
I'm not either, but it would be, if it would be something that would have to look at if it would be brought up.
Well, in what would the context be? Is it something that you're preparing to?
I'm not sure. It was a question asked by my attorney.
I'll rephrase the question. Are you looking at all options? Are you evaluating all options for the town to recover costs associated with the potential water distribution system in the town?
Yes.
Okay, but the extent of that option includes principal forgiveness. What's the mechanism by which that would occur?
I don't have an answer for that at this time.
So we're just speculating that they may be principal forgiveness in the future? I mean, I just don't understand. Is it a DNR loan? Is it, safe drinking water loan or something? What's the mechanism by which you'd be able to obtain principal forgiveness?
I don't have an answer for that. Okay. I'm sorry, I don't have an answer for that.
Okay, just it got brought up at the end.
I'm not a treasurer or a loan specialist, so or a grant writer. So
okay, fair enough.
I don't have an answer for that. If there would be a possibility that there'd be an opportunity for principal forgiveness out there somewhere, none of us prior to 2020 ever thought that we'd be getting a lot of ARPA money down the line. So I don't want to close the door on any of that.
Okay, but it's okay. Just nothing that you've, okay, let's leave it at that. Nothing that's in the works or that you can speak to as you sit here today.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Okay, so any more redirect for that? Based on that question?
No further questions.
All right, thanks. So just get off the record here. So someone in the waiting room here named Aaron, looks like, oh, they left. Never mind. All right, great. So thanks very much. Then you're excused. And we can get the next witness.
The town calls Paul Willis.
All right, raise your right hand. Let's see you there yet.
I'm here.
You have your camera on?
I do, yes.
I saw you before. Ah, there you go.
There we go.
Takes a second there. Okay.
No problem.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Great. Go ahead.
Could you please state and spell your name?
Yeah, my name is Paul Willis, Willis.
What is your current position?
I'm a project manager at Mead and Hunt.
Did you file or cause to be filed direct testimony, rebuttal testimony, and surrebuttal testimony in PSC docket number 2620 CW 104 and 2620 WI 100, and direct testimony and rebuttal testimony in docket number 4890 CW 102?
Yes, I did.
If I asked you here under oath the questions that are included in your pre-filed testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Did you offer into evidence exhibits marked Willis 1 and 2 in docket number 4890 CW 102 and exhibits marked Willis 1 through 6 in docket numbers 2620 CW 104 and 2620 WI 100?
Yes.
To your knowledge, are those exhibits true and correct?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. The witness is available for cross.
Okay. Any questions starting with Pulaski?
No questions at this time, Your Honor.
Howard?
I do, Your Honor. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Willis.
Afternoon.
You've heard testimony in this case and here at the hearing today that if the Pulaski project is authorized by the commission and built, it would result in the highest water rates in the state of Wisconsin. Do you have any reason to disagree with that conclusion from commission staff?
No, not for Pulaski, no.
No, not for Pulaski. And do you have any concerns in your relationship as consulting engineer for the town of Pittsfield about the costs of Pittsfield's connection to a water supply that without Pittsfield's infrastructure is already the highest cost of water in the state?
That's probably outside of my expertise. I mean, I deal with I do deal with some costs, but when it comes to the deal that's worked out between Pulaski and Pittsfield, those are really beyond my purview, I guess.
So it's fair to say, to use your terms, this deal was worked out before you got involved in this case?
Yeah, I don't know what's included in the MOU as far as costs that the town would incur.
Well, the report that you did, and I'm trying to find it here, is your exhibit. Exhibit Stefik 2 in 4890 CW 102. That presumes the provision of water from Green Bay Water Utility, correct? Excuse me.
Yeah.
My apologies. I withdraw the question. I got the wrong exhibit, wrong witness. My apologies.
That's fine.
Let me get to your exhibit, Mr. Willis.
Sure, no problem.
Your exhibit 2. It assumed at the time you drafted it that Pittsfield was going to be its own utility. Is that right?
Generally, yes. We would have the ability to become our own utility.
But I think in your testimony, you said the difference in, strike that. I thought you said in your testimony that a difference now from when you drafted the comprehensive water system plan in July of 2023 is that Pittsfield now plans to be a retail customer of Pulaski, not its own utility. Is that right?
Correct. That's correct.
Does that difference have any material impact on the work you did for them?
No, the work that I did for them was to evaluate what a water system would cost and function for the town. It assumed a source of water from Pulaski, but did not include the costs of Pulaski's project. It had just included the cost of Pittsfield's infrastructure.
So it does not include the cost of the water that Pittsfield would have to pay to Pulaski to get that service, correct?
Correct.
No further questions.
Okay. Any other cross? No. All right. Redirect.
No redirect.
All right. Thanks very much. You're excused. Okay, that's the town's witnesses. And that's in all three dockets. Same. It's all right. So we have everyone but staff. Looks like we're ready to go with witness Kemna.
Commission staff would call Stephen Kemna to the stand.
Let's see. Yeah, there you go. All right, raise your right hand. You swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
All right, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kemna. Could you introduce yourself and explain your position with the Public Service Commission?
Sure, I'm Stephen Kemna, and I'm a public service engineer with the Wisconsin Public Service Commission in the Division of Water Utility Regulation and Analysis.
Did you file or cause to be filed direct and rebuttal testimony for both the Howard and Pulaski construction dockets, 2620 CW 104 and 4890 CW 102?
Yes.
And did you also file or cause to be filed 3 exhibits in docket 2620 CW 104 and 2 exhibits in docket 4890 CW 102?
Yes.
Are the statements and representations in the testimony and exhibits that you filed in this case, well, these 2 dockets, true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
I just wanted to ask one point of clarification. You've heard some reference here today in the testimony about fire flow recommendations. And you also mentioned that in your direct testimony in docket 4980 CW 102 on page 9. Can you explain what the ISO is, what that acronym stands for, and generally how that recommendation is determined?
Yes. The acronym ISO, it stands for the Insurance Services Office, and it is a non-governmental organization that assigns each community a rating between 1 and 10 based on its firefighting ability. This rating system is a national standard used by insurance companies to calculate property and homeowners insurance premiums. So to determine a community rating, ISO conducts on-the-ground surveys of the structures in a community and calculates a, quote, needed fire flow, end quote, for each building. So in computing each needed fire flow, ISO takes into account the building area, occupancy, construction type, building use, and exposures, and the presence of sprinklers. ISO also performs actual hydrant flow tests in each community to rate the effectiveness of the distribution system to provide water for firefighting based on the number, size, and type of buildings in the area.
Thank you. Do you have any other additions or modifications to your testimony or exhibits that you would like to offer at this time?
No.
With that, the witness is available for cross.
Okay, any questions? Start with Pulaski.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kemna. A few questions for you.
Sure.
In your direct testimony at page 8, lines 22 to 23, when you stated that the transmission main may be oversized for Pulaski's future need, did you consider that the 20-inch main would allow Pulaski to avoid the costs associated with constructing and maintaining ground reservoirs and a second water tower?
So this was my direct testimony. Yes, I did not take that into consideration. And I realize that there are many ways to design a project. And so I'm used to seeing the mains size to convey the max day demand, and then the fire flow or max hour demand being provided by elevated storage. So.
Sure. And so in a system that's intentionally designed without sufficient storage to meet all required fire flows, would you agree that a larger transmission main is a feasible solution to supply the additional volume required to meet fire flows without adding storage?
You know, that's a tricky one. I'd have to say that I'll agree with the DNR. You know, they did a more detailed analysis than I did of whether the system would function properly. So I'd have to basically rely on their evaluation.
And the DNR's evaluation was to conditionally approve the design done by Robert E. Lee, is that correct?
Yes.
In your direct testimony on page 7, lines 7 to 8, you noted that Pulaski's average residential customer only uses approximately 3,000 gallons per month. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, in your rebuttal testimony, you note that when Mr. Elmer calculated the monthly bill, and this is at rebuttal page 3, lines 13 to 16.
Mm-hmm.
When Mr. Elmer calculated the monthly bill, he did so on the assumption that the average residential customer uses 4,000 gallons per month. Why was there the difference of that 1,000 gallons per month between what the actual average Pulaski residential customer uses and what was assumed in Mr. Elmer's analysis?
I think Mr. Elmer tries to use, and I don't know for sure, but I think he tries to use a kind of a standard to compare the different utilities, but you'd have to ask him specifically.
Okay.
And my 3,000 is just based on the last 5 years. So.
Okay.
Yep.
So for the average Pulaski residential customer who uses 3,000 gallons per month, did you or Mr. Elmer calculate a quarterly bill?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
For the average Pulaski residential customer who uses 3,000 gallons per month, did you calculate a average quarterly bill?
Let's see. Let me look. I may have. Let me double check. Okay. Let's see. No, I think I did it the same way that Mr. Elmer did. I use 4,000 gallons a month.
And so that 4,000 gallons of consumption is about 25% more than the average Pulaski residential customer, correct?
In terms of the volume, yes. The meter charge and the public fire protection charge would be the same.
Understood.
Yep.
So for the average Pulaski residential customer who does use 3,000 gallons per month. Do you know whether Pulaski's rates would be the most expensive in the state?
I think they would be pretty darn close if they weren't.
But that's not something you've calculated or determined or compared.
I could do it right now if you want.
Not really.
Okay, sounds good. Yep.
Someone else may ask you, but I'm not going to ask for that.
Right. And that's right. Better to leave that for the rate analysts and the auditors. Sure.
Yep. I have no further questions.
All right. Any other cross? I'll start with Howard.
You're on mute, Eric.
Wait, yeah.
Sorry, you know it's coming, Mr. Camera. Could you please calculate? Could you please calculate that rate using your knowledge and sophistication in this space, recognizing you're not the rate analyst, with 3,000 gallons per month?
Okay, let me pull up the tariff real quick. Let's see. It's going to take me a few minutes here. Just going to pull up the. Okay, got tariffs. And this is Pulaski. Okay. Okay. Let's see here. Give me a few seconds here. Okay. So the existing monthly rate would be, I'm showing $33.44. And let's see if I multiply. Then with the 228% rate increase, it would be $109.68 per month.
Hey, Eric, you muted.
Sorry, I'll get that one day. I'm trying to understand what that figure of 109.68 is.
Oh, right. So it would be the total monthly water bill for an average residential customer with a 5/8 inch meter that uses 3,000 gallons a month. Now, in 2023, the average usage was 3,500 gallons per month for residential customers. So maybe the
yeah, I'm asking you if you can compare that to one of the figures that either you or Mr. Elmer produced in your direct testimony in the Pulaski CA.
Yes, gotcha. Okay, so if you look at what's on the screen there, what's Judge Newmark has on the screen on line 15, it shows the quarterly rates for 4,000 gallons a month. So if you divide $113 by 3, you get the monthly rate, or for existing bill. And if you divide the 372 by 3, you get the proposed bill at 4,000 gallons per month.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm still not following you. So is it 109.68 would be?
Right, so if you multiply that by 3, and you would see what the quarterly bill would be. So 109.62 times 3, I'm sorry, 109.68, 109.68 times 3. So that would be 109.68 times 3. So that would be $329 a quarter.
And is that just for the water, or is that combined general service and PFP?
It would be for everything. So it'd be the direct fire protection charge, the meter charge for 5/8 inch meter, and 3,000 gallons or 9,000 gallons per quarter of volume charge.
So it's $329 at 3,000 gallon per quarter, excuse me, as compared to the 372.49 per quarter that was calculated in your direct testimony at line 15, page 3 of your rebuttal, correct?
Exactly. Right. So that was for 4,000. Yep. Correct.
Thank you. Mr. Ken, now I'm going to change gears and take us over to the Howard CA.
Okay.
And I want to understand your position on what are referred to as the 3 components in this project.
Okay, gotcha. I got a little figure here so I can remember.
So, and the numbering's a little unusual, but let me tell you where I think we are, and you agree with me or not.
Okay.
The so-called second component of the project has now been removed. Do you agree with me on that?
Yes.
The so-called first component has now been downsized from 20 inches to 16 inches in diameter.
That is correct. That's my understanding.
And then the third component, which is the looping element, remains at the same size and same dimensions, correct?
Yes.
And it's my understanding from your direct and rebuttal testimony that you agree that the third component of the Howard water main project meets the certificate of authority criteria. Is that right?
That would be my opinion.
Okay.
Yes.
So the only thing that is strike that. No further questions.
Other cross?
Your Honor, I'm sorry. No, I'm done. I'm tired. I'm done. Thank you.
Trip while you're ahead, right? Okay, so any other cross? Nothing redirect?
No, Your Honor.
You want him to calculate anything else?
No. I had enough math for today.
Yeah, sounds good. All right, so it's all our witnesses, correct? Missing anybody? Could very much do that in this case, so I'm sure we got everyone. So I just wanted to make sure everyone understands the documents that were filed in all 3 dockets have been verified. I think there may be more incorrect entries on these offered evidence lists than we may have acknowledged before, or maybe I'm looking at the wrong version of some document because I've noticed some discrepancies as we've been going along, but I'm failing to correct those with any success while we're at the hearing. So I'm gonna have to go through these again, make sure I got the right filings in the right docket. And that'll be reflected in the received evidence list, as well as the refilings and the new exhibits that we're expecting to receive. So I just wanted to note that. Also, I did note in the email I sent out to parties that I'll be receiving all the received evidence into all 3 dockets, just in case the commission wishes to rely on something we've discussed here today or was filed in one docket but not in another. When if what they do is make an overall decision on all 3 dockets, they'll have all the evidence before them in order to do that. I think I'll just make that clear by just attaching all the evidence lists into all 3 docket received evidence filings. But in this way, I think we probably all agree it's a good idea, but I'll say that I think in my opinion, all that information should be part of the return of record in case any one of those decisions gets appealed or if there's a petition for review, just so that we don't have any arguments about what's in the record and what's not in the record. If that time comes to face that question. So otherwise, anything else we need to discuss before we adjourn?
Your Honor, I would just raise one thing. I don't know if we need to discuss it or a decision from you, but on briefing, my assumption is, my assumption has been 1 brief in the so-called Howard dockets and 1 brief in the Pulaski docket. And I think that's going to be my approach on it, whether it's strategic or not. I just think that's the way this should be briefed. I wanted to make sure that you didn't have expectations different than that, so that we don't get into a situation after the filing date where we're scrambling.
Okay. Well, what do people think about that? I guess I'm not really, I don't have a strong opinion about that either way. I think it could work either way. Anyone else want to?
So Eric, you are proposing that for briefs in chief, each party will file 2?
I am.
And then 2 replies.
Yeah, correct. I think I recognize these are very heavily intertwined, but they are different cases. Yeah, so that's my view on it, I guess.
Okay, I think the only trick, I guess it wouldn't matter which way you do this, but the only trick would be when you have documents. There are a few documents that are labeled the same in terms of witness, party and witness and round of testimony, but they may have different substance in them. So I guess indicate that by the reference number may be the best way to just distinguish that, or if you want to just add in the docket number so that we know which piece of testimony you're referring to, depending on which case you're in. Well, maybe because you can cross over any evidence into any brief, you want to just be careful of distinguishing there where the name will be the same, but the substance is different.
Understood.
Okay. Yeah. So let's just make sure we understand. So we're going to be getting 2 initial briefs, 1 in each docket. Actually, let's just have you restate what you guys agree.
Yeah. So yeah, I think what I'm proposing, because of the absolute intersection in the 2 Pulaski the 2 Howard dockets, I think that's covered by 1 brief. That is the CW and the WI, because the WI is really dependent upon the CW being granted. And so that to me would be 1 brief, and then a separate briefing process for the Pulaski CA. I recognize that you've combined the evidence. I think we can handle that in how we cite to it, as you just noted. But at least to me, I can imagine a situation where the commission in one set of this decides that evidence supports one decision and supports something contrary in the other. And that also probably helps for purposes of appeal too, potentially, but it just felt more natural to me.
Okay. But then we'll expect, will we expect an initial brief from Howard in the Pulaski case as well?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So that and vice versa for Pulaski. And then does the town have an opinion on that?
That was my plan for the briefing as well. I think it makes sense to do 2 briefs, 1 for the Pulaski docket and 1 for the combined Howard dockets.
Okay. All right. So I just recommend just when you're filing in the WI docket, just label that specific it's the same brief as the CW docket, but just label it as for the WI.
Got it.
All right, anything else? Well, thank you all for dealing with this process. I think it may be definitely a first time effort to try to combine all these cases in once, but I think as we discussed at the pre-hearing conference, commission will need this information to make a decision in any of these dockets based on substantial evidence. So appreciate the efforts, and it's been going well as best as we can expect so far. So far so good. So just thank everyone. Just want to thank everyone for dealing with all the complexity this included. Besides that, I think we're good. There's nothing else, we can adjourn. So thanks very much, everyone. We're adjourned. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank
Have
you,
a good
Judge.
afternoon, everyone.
Can you stand
you.
for me?
Yes.
Thanks. Can you hear